guys are talking about. I don't know what you guys are Hi! 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 It's me! Oh. Oh, what the f... Dizzy's DMing me! Recent videos related to... What the f... Girl, I don't know! I don't know! Hi! Hello, everyone. Today we're playing It Gets So Lonely Here, which is a indie visual novel. Allow me to put my... There you go. And let me just do some quick... Let me do some quick background on the game before we get into it, shall we? Let me just pull it up on me browser. Let me just see real quick where my capture is. Where is me Firefox? Firefox me boy. There you go. Oh. Filters. And then... Hopefully I can do this correctly. Width. There you go. There you go. And then I put it here. Alright. Firefox. So, oh, is that big enough for you guys to see? I don't know. Let's make it bigger. So we're playing today It Gets So Lonely Here. You are running through a forest. Oh? It's... Ah! Who are you? Thank you for the 5e! Hi, Amy. Cute haircut. Hope the fight for your life wasn't too bad. I was fighting for my life! Not because of the idol meeting, but after the idol meeting, I was like, I don't have water. I don't have any water. I drank all my water today. So I had to refill it. Because this is gonna be a ride. Will this one have to be actual Yuri, or will it be more cannibalism instead of yaoi, like you promised in the other I swear there'll be girls kissing. There has to be girls kissing. I believe there's girls kissing in this one. Okay? Okay, trust. 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 Okay. You're running through a forest. It is late at night, and the sky is as black as pitch. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the moonlight. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. Ryan, the Enjoyer! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Oh, goodness gracious. You cannot let yourself be caught. All you can do is run on and on and on, but despite all of your hard work, your best efforts will invariably be in vain. It's already too late for you, after all. You'll never be able to escape from me. That's crazy! I didn't know this was in first person! It went from second person to first person. That's crazy! Hi! Features around 50k words of text, approximately 2 to 3 hours of reading, a branching story with several choices, old-timey 8x600 as resolution, custom character work, custom soundtrack, 3 pretty girls who will love you to death, 3 exciting ways to die. Oh boy, an amused narrator who berates you for your poor life decisions, and cannibalism heart emoji. Yay! Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Yippee yippee. Alright, let me put this away then. Oh, baby! Baby, 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 baby! Alright, let me close my thingy here. Make it smaller at least. Alright. Bring up my game. Boom, 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 boom. And, as a, of course, obligatory reminder, I believe today's the last day, or tomorrow's the last day, for the, for the Valentine's merch and the Dakimakura reruns. If you want your Amy merch, before gone, please take a look at shop.base-connect.com. You see this? You see this? You can only get it for so long. Look at that print. You can get that as a print or like a metallic plate. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ryan, enjoy. Welcome to Isami Industries. Yippee. Yippee! See, you can get that as a keychain or like a peeker sticker. Get that as a sticker, keychain, a charm. So many things. Oh, and there's my Daki. Don't worry about that. You can get it. You can get it for only another day. For only another day. And my acrylic stand where I'm a bunny girl. But I'm a hamster. I'm still a hamster. I just also have bunny ears. Merch mention! Thank you. Thank you. I pin. Boom. Get pinned. Yippee. And you can get chocolates. You can get not actual chocolates, but you know, like chocolate, like you know, like merchandise chocolate. You know. Okay. All right. Enough of that. Let's go. Start. Hamster or bunny are both ornaments? Whatever. You're running through a forest. It's late at night and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen to you, you are certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going. On and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long have you been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. You're free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then your life will be over. You do not know if she's still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then, you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it's too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run, while icy fog swirls about your feet. It's cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you're drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this, but if you value your own life, you must. You run and run, you run until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path from which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though, not when you have so much effort. When you put so much effort into running forwards, you can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it may be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you'll forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Oh! Time to save, baby! Guys, which one? Which one? Which one should I go? It's a hamster wheel? No. No, it's not a hamster wheel. I'm in the forest. Get it right. Which one will it be? Which one? You got go to the shore, the village, or the castle? Shore. Castle? Should I do a poll? No, I see shore. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. We're not doing a poll. I see a lot of shores. Let's go shore. So I want to go to shore. Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? The night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you've prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope, for your sake, that you've learned how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs, which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down, and quickly. Duck, welcome to Isami Industries! Nice icon! You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you? You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark, brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. Dang. You are only imagining. Dang. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I can't answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It's still cold, though. It's still foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, or orb, or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the... Hold on, allow me to search this up. How do you pronounce that? Now, how do you pronounce that? Vertiginous. Turning about an axis, revolving or whirling. Affected by vertigo. Semicolon, dizzy. Tending to produce vertigo. Ah. Vertiginous. Alright. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt, upon escaping the woods, a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs give you pause. You inhale, and you frown. Now what are you to do? You did not think this plan of yours would go through very well. Not that you had much in the way of plan in the first place. There is little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far, you don't know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs? Fitfully, you look around. There's nobody to your east, nor is anybody there to your west. There's no point in looking south, that is the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it's too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. You're on your own. You feel so overwhelmed you could very well cry. You don't cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It's with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty, oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. I'm gonna make it so you guys can see my cursor, because even I'm personally getting annoyed at my own cursor. Properties? There you go. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, pressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere? You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There is a house, after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. So small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it's not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It's leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. Rent is 20,000 a month, so true. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops the dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings, but do your misgivings matter really when there is nowhere else to go? It's not as though you have any other options. It's with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it's empty. It's rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. I cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being aroused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you'll never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then you rap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. Wait a few moments, but still you can't hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. Maybe you can go for like some breaking and entering. Knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking does go unanswered. Well, nobody can say you did not try. Time to break and enter. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find a handle of the door. You pull it down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you, as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It's hard to see, given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as the exterior. Which is to say, not much at all. It's every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. Therefore, there are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that's to your benefit, though, right? If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you snore, me. And then you begin to dream. It's not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. I'm the peasant sleeping in the straw. Why, who is to say that all you've observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies then? A dream inside of a dream, inside of a dream, inside of a dream. Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things, stacked inside one another like little wooden dolls. Inside another wooden doll, inside another wooden doll, inside another wooden doll. Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies, which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious? Pernicious, I was right. Tending to cause death or serious injury, deadly.
Hi.
Oh. Hi, welcome, Kudoza, to Isami Industries, hi! Causing great harm, destructive, malicious, baleful, having the quality of injuring or killing. I see. Pernicious. We're learning big words tonight. This will all be on the test. That's why I'm wearing this uniform. I'm using Yuri to improve my vocabulary and expand my vernacular. Yay! Isn't Yuri so useful?
Yippee!
In your dreams, you are at the conservatoire. 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 That pronunciation. Can I, how do I, hello? Hello? How to pronounce? The words just keep coming, I don't know what to say. I was right, conservatoire. I was right. Conservatoire! Or something like that, I don't know. Yay! In your dreams, you were at the conservatoire with your red hair tied back in 2 prim, proper braids. You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Oh my god, guys, I'm going to the library! How many outfits do you get and why don't none of them have fitting skirts? It's because they're all the same outfit in different fonts, okay? Okay, I'll button this up. Dang. I'm heading to the library, and that's probably the way I wear it usually is probably not regulation, and I don't want to get expelled, so I'll button it up. I'll button it up. Thank you for the reminder. Your head is bowed so as to not look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunt your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention, but alas, it's not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. Sorry. They're staring at you. They're laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at a girl taller than you, prettier and much more refined. Hold on, guys, I just have to be, there you go. Anyways. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? You cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curled around yours tightly. Perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you up to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knees still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you are not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She's laughing at you. Then, she is pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water, which drums against its basin, is all of a sudden very loud. It's overwhelming. Can I catch a break? Oh my god! It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It's as cold as ice. You cannot breathe. Jeez! The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No, you do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It's in the past, where the past ought to remain. You're never gonna go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. It's still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed, still with stars. How long were you asleep? You're not sure. Your dream was so very detailed, it really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank. F-O-E-T-I-D. Fetid? Fetid. Offensively malodorous. Offensively malodorous. That's a crazy definition. Having an offensive odor. Having an offensive smell. Stink. Fetid. Damn. Okay. Wow. When you inhale, you could taste rank, fetid water in your mouth. Fetid? This bass-boosted bot says it's fetid. Let me listen to Merriam-Webster. Voted? Is it really voted? What about Cambridge? Cambridge. UK? Hey, they say fetid. Well, UK it says fetid. And then in the US pronunciation it says fetid. So I'm just gonna go with that. Fetid. Yay! Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. That's not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired. But your senses feel too overwrought, and all of a sudden, for sleep. You do not think you can bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, then stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky, and to the pitted moon, which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors howling like an injured animal, and more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that's not all. What's that sound? It's almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there's a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possess quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one, which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, that's another matter altogether. You really should have learnt your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handles of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it's colder still now that the door's open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, and your fingers clench into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice as it hangs in the breeze. It would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs where they drop downwards into the empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down onto the shore. In one piece, preferably. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there's something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off of your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that's what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last, your feet meet the shoreline below. You have made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin's prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it's still attached to your bones, where it ought to be. Your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and this mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now, you must find him. You set off down the shore on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean's different. It's so late at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to squash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. First woman alert! It's a woman! Hey guys, it's a woman! Yay! Woo! I'm gonna take a sip of water. Yay! Pretty girl number 1, baby! Not a drill! Female! Woo! Oh, this is gorgeous.
Alright, let me know if my pacing's like pooped. Right? Cause like this is my first time actually doing a visual novel, like nothing but novel. I feel like, should I stop more often in between lines to talk about what's happening? Or should I just keep going until there's a choice and then I talk? Right? I don't know. I'm new to this, as you can see. Should I just keep yapping? Because I also don't want to ignore you guys. Right? This is a stream after all. What's stopping you guys from just downloading the game and reading it yourself, you know?
If you stop, this will probably be a 6-hour stream. Lol. Okay, you're right. You're so right. Okay.
Alright. Thanks, guys.
You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then at long last, you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. Yes! The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She's singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. How can you tell that from a distance? Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it's nothing like anything you've ever seen before. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than 2 awkward appendages, this woman has, instead, the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they don't understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing it feels almost as if she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid was pretty when you first observed her, sitting on that crop of rock? Her face turned in profile, now she's looking at you. And you could see you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, she is beautiful, so much so it's almost unnerving. She looks as though she is stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she has some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination? No, she's right there, she's none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like any of fish you'd find at the market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They almost seem to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She's smiling. Then she says, in a refined sort of voice, My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with the excitement of a sweet girlish variety. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might as well You might be a well-bred lady yourself with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid. Are they all British? Is that why I'm wearing this uniform? Is this like a British uniform? Anxiously, you observe the mermaid and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I've been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you at least have not been eradicated. You're still here. Yes, well, I can see that. The mermaid answers with a light laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I cannot help myself. I've always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering sitting here night after night all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Title drop! Title drop! Now that's an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you were unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Saltless though you might be at times, you're not so very self-censored that you cannot detect a note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, but this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It's not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you've only just arrived by the shore and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you would never set foot in it. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land, but if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious... I know that's not milady, but like, how do you pronounce that? How do you... Malady. Disease, disorder, ailment. An unwholesome condition. Yes. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You're still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm? Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful, naturally, for your company. Although... Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So you were able to work that much out, the mermaid answers with a small smile. You are an intelligent one, aren't you? I'm being groomed by the mermaid. Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. Couldn't be me, though. I aced that shit. You can never get your head around all the numbers. It couldn't be me. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It's just you now, and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliments, and tell her that it's nothing more than a lucky guess. For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You were quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. There are many humans in this world, of that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. You did not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. Big anime! Happy 1 month is getting too real. Ooh. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, and no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to the pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean all my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew, through our continued encounters, that she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. That wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel, for a few brief moments, a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? You just met the girl. Oh my god! Calm down! Calm down! It's painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. Okay, it's just general jealousy, not just... Okay, I get you. It's like when... I feel like this happening is no different from this girl, like, walking down the halls for school and seeing a happy couple holding hands. She's like, ah! That should be me! Like, that's her right now. She's like, oh, that should be me! I should have a hot mermaid girlfriend! Anyways. You have, for many, many years, been woefully alone. But you are not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she is with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? If only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she'd been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems quite like the, anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons, and for your months, and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need for obsessively documenting our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. That's... How long exactly do mermaids live for? Get a load of this fish, exactly. The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My! Nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft tinkling sound, like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You've always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were any good at. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put it in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries! That's quite a surprise. Dream centuries by Fall Out Boy. But perhaps it shouldn't be. We have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? Saika, thank you for the super chat! Hagfish! 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 Would Dizzy count as a hagfish? No, she's not a fish. What is she? What is... A parasite? Just a sea hag? Just a general sea bug? Parasite? Parasite bug? Leech? Slug? No. You're putting interesting answers, everyone, but... Alas. I am just a dumb girl who knows nothing about anything ever. I shall continue. I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons.
It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I've experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me, and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I'm asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It is quite unfortunate, but... well... I ought not to reflect upon all that I'm missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I'm sure, with the hope of hearing about all my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord, and, of course, I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I'll have to go soon, but before my absence is noticed, but will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I've always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that she has been missing so very dearly. The thought stings, and though you really ought to be used to it, still to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let... Hey, put respect on the physical labor! Put respect! You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It's silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That's what you tell yourself. It's the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. I think she's depressed. You tell the mermaid, after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you! I've been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I could smile again. Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? I did not, no. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You're much kinder than they are.
Oh, if only she knew. She doesn't know. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder of how petty you are and how jealous would she still care for you. Oh, and who cares? I'm going back to the cottage. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, and then you make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliffs and to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet and then you close your eyes. More dreams, more memories. The sighing of the wind outside and the distant rolling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a marish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has all that gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will. Awesome. The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It's not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it's...
Fuzzy Mike, how can that be? Pardon me? Okay, that should be good. Yeah, this is really nice prose. I enjoy this. From what we... Oh, yeah, no. No. It could have been, but it's not that time. It was actually my mic.
Yeah. There's nothing playing in the game right now, so it's just me. Hi! Wow, I wonder. My current theory, since it's a bit of break between the night and day, my theory right now is that the 3 girls represent 3... No, I don't think so. Is it just really 3 random mystical creatures after walking through a forest that transports you into a different realm? Like, I don't... Something about wish? Something about a contract? Right? So, maybe she just didn't want to be there anymore? Like, you know how people, when they want to escape from a place, they either go to suicide or just, escapism. And I think she wanted to go for the escapism route. So she like, made a contract with something, and then, like, she reaped the consequences of her actions, and then now she's facing them, like, right now, and she's gonna get into a world of hurt very soon, eventually, right? My theory is that debunks own theory. It's so true. Yeah. I'm spitballing. We're thinking. I want to see more of those flashbacks, but apparently, I don't know. I thought it'd be every night, but this visual novel is taking me places. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm eager to find out. It's not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it's not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the distinct disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There's broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there's precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the gray clouds which choke the sky. You're not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You are dwelling, instead, upon the events of the night prior.
You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Oh, she was so pretty and mysterious. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you gonna do? You planned, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your soul still ache after your exertions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be alright. That's what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you are going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. This is just like how I play Minecraft. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder how you were able to descend the cliffs that night prior to meet the mermaid. You are rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. You are surprisingly capricious. Capricious? Is it capricious, or is it, like... I need to make sure... Like, I know... Capricious! Capricious. Capricious. Okay, capricious is also correct, but the first result is capricious. Impulsive, unpredictable. Just to make sure I got it right. Okay. I see. You're surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop of the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck.
It'd be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in darkness only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Oh, I've missed the first couple minutes. Do we know where the narration's coming from? From the game page, right? I'll pull it back up real quick. It says over here, features an archly amused narrator who berates you for your poor life decisions. So based on that, I think it's just a separate, like... What do you call it? Like, it's in tune with... It's in tune with the main character's thoughts and actions. But I don't know if the mocking is from the character or if it's, like, just a narrator, you know? I don't know. It's interesting. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but now you can see that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright, like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think, with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid, whom you are certain you spoke to last night. She's real! The mermaid is real! These flowers are so very like her hair, it's uncanny. You step toward the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress. The morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you do not care for the minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You're sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with... Dollar? Dolor? Dollar! Of painful grief or suffering. Painful grief. Ah. She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolor that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again. And when you next see her, you would like to make her smile. It's with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem. Is it diadem? Is that how you pronounce it? I remember there was like an idol unit that had that. Diadem, yes. Something she'll be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She's so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work slow and steadfast as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. Wow, it's that easy. For the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you were so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more on the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. Wow. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage, where you mean to wait for the settling of the sun. There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor, occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire so that you might ward off the cold. The time is hardly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Or you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass as they do. The sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there and your stomach tied in anxious knots. And as you listen to the wind which buffets verb. Yes, I was right. Yes! A blow from any source or that which effects like a blow, as the violence of winds or waves, a stroke, an adverse action, an affliction, a trial, adversity. A blow with the hand, a slap in the face, a cuff. Ah, naruhodo. Cool, buff it. Buff it, buff it. Let me put this over here. Let me put you guys over here. Yippee! I'm learning English. I'm learning so much English. You love... I'm not ESO! I'm not ESO! I'm not ESO! I'm just a high school graduate. I just gotta... I didn't pursue a higher education! As you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. Wait, you're not ESL, but you're still like this. Ah! There's a single solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the roiling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noblewoman's home. The voice belongs, of course, the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? ESL equals Amy is still learning. Amy still learning. There's so much in this world to learn. You guys know that I was a literal hamster. You guys know that, right? I was a hamster. Like I was put through I was fighting for my life in there. I chose to be an anime girl. And now I'm trying to like catch up to society. Like you know that's the thing, right? That's my whole thing. Right? Yeah. To readjust myself. It just means I still have much more to learn about the world. Anyways, relief begins to bubble up inside you. A relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? I can never pronounce that one. I feel I've struggled with that one for a long time. Boy? Buoy? Can I hear how it's pronounced? Is it Boyd or Boyd? Buoyed. 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 Okay, thank you. Cause you know how singular you can pronounce it as boy? So like, with the ED at the end, I was like really confused. Buoyed. Okay, thank you. Buoyed as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, you're trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear. You seize the handle, then turn it. Amy, is this a BL game? Read the title, silly goose! Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs, as you did the night prior, beneath this cover of the inky blue sky. The wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soul still ache from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid! You have known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs up to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you very nearly fall. It's a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shores and approach the jagged outcrop of rock whereat you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to. So, you have returned to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say, heroine? How do I accent that?
My hero. My heroine?
I don't know, British is weird.
Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody's ever called you a heroine before. You do not even think yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you'd rather think you would be a supporting character, one without her own voice. You're not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think you are, though.
Heroine? That makes more sense. That makes more sense, thank you. Thank you.
She's staring at you delightedly, as though you are the one person in the world who she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you're so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic.
Oh, she saw that, did she? Oh. Did I look cool? No. Did you see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? Shit. You have never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before a being as poised and as perfect as a mermaid, it stings a little bit. More, in fact, than the resulting grazes on your palms your clumsiness has brought you. You tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking.
Well, that makes the two of us. I was very excited to see you again. She was? Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I'd hoped we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you reply with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in the abandoned cottage. Nothing suspicious about it at all. It called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was? You do not think that you're worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to hear me.
That's a good point, you suppose, but also really, it's a blow. It's another blow to your self-esteem. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid.
You thank her for your song. It was very beautiful. Then tell her, before you can lose your nerve, that you have prepared a present for her, too. Oh? Have you really? You have!
It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket, but if it would not be too much of an imposition, then...
With clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and is held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when first you made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you have begun to reconsider why does she not like it. Oh, the mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind as the seconds elapse to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she could judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude it makes your heart throb. She says, "Why? Did you make this for me?"
Well, yes. You reply, still feeling very flustered.
You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk, and then they made you think of her.
Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers.
They're far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought. You're unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling compassion.
Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see how the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all your confidence?
I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it really is pretty. You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you're glad that she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego.
You have precious little of it left as is.
The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious, because she smiles. I'm not simply saying things to spare your ego. I'm not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue within one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. You blush at this, more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then she really does like it? Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny, but with all your second guessing. She was like that too in the beginning. She? My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Right, her friend. How did you ever forget about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know? Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there where I cannot tread. The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs which tower above the shore, tall and imposing, as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when she first presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There's no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid's beautiful. She's so beautiful, like a tutelary goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious? Or more religious maybe? You might even consider worshipping her. No, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I am truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. The mermaid leans forward on her rock so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your gifts more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Now this is enough to make you stop. That's enough! If the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? Damn, this... So much... Wow, I'm getting wow. I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though, not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The water soon ran the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle while the other girls giggled at you. And you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs. I do not think so. Now, the mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head over her long, fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish. What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is not because of your gift, and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles. You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer, with a nod of your hand. That's why you picked those flowers. That's yeah, you get me. She's all you have been able to think of. I'm glad that you've been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much. No? No, it would be embarrassing to confess how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid that your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious. That you do very much care for her. Very, very, very much care for her. You have not known her for very long, but she has certainly made an impression on you. She is such an easy conversationalist that time simply
passes by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she is so pretty. I have heard it, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid? Yes, ma'am! Still feeling flushed. That there are some perks to having legs. An agreement which makes the mermaid giggle. I'm certain that they are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you have never tried it? You shake your head? No! I explode. You had never thought to do so, largely because you have never been so close to the sea before, not in all your life. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save to the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift, fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them. So perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as some form of cultural exchange. Oh no! You protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift, after all, because you wanted to receive anything in return, anything other than her friendship, that is. Her conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow. Even this gesture is performed elegantly. Then says, if my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed. But please do not rebuff me. I am offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur if she really doesn't mind. Of course I do not mind. Now, wait here. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation. The mermaid turns her attention toward a clear, mirror-like water which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives! Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still here. Oh, now what are you gonna do? There's nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully like a wounded animal as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there, fretfully, feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You're starting to worry. Is that all you do? When... Look! Over there! By the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks using a surprising amount of upper body strength, then smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry. You were worrying, but you were not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are very, in actuality, very sincere. Cope. They're so much more sincere than most humans. Cope. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you are not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I'm not so sure about that. The mermaid is wilier than you are giving her credit for. She has been straight through you. She has seen straight through you. But no matter. It took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, but as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it. The mermaid leans forward, then holds her gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it like the petals of a flower being folded back and... Wow! Oh,
What a pretty gift it is! The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That's a bad habit, you know. You'll make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really alright. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have the shell because it makes me think of you. Let me calibrate real quick. Okay, there you go. It does? Really? How so? I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in. But now, why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You would waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself, which would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair hair. I can't wait to die, like, in the foreseeable future. Like, I can't wait. Pardon me? Something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately, obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words. I'll cut through those words, sorry. To tell her that you are not that pretty. Not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for it then, but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths for you. You do not think that you're worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now that is a surprise, the mermaid says, amused as you reach for the shell. I did not think you would be bold enough to take it. Not without more coaxing on my part. You have exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are. Oh, your heart flares with the praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about. The shell is sharp and pointed and digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there's pleasure in the pain. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by the one whom you care for. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a regular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then very softly you thank her. It is quite all right. It seems only fair after you shared parts of your worlds with me. I wish to share parts of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You're far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom, where we might be together. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please, take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. The days pass, following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best as you can by going for long bracing walks against the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You, even when you have mustered enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Fishing arc! Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Dang, really? Wow, quick learn. Sometime after you take up your rod, you find you're able to catch the odd fish here and there.
Small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you have captured and how to gut them. You learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. I think your mermaid girlfriend's gonna be mad at you. You're able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid! Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights comparatively are made of magic! It's only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You have never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That's why she's grown to mean so very much to you. She's the first friend you ever had. For real? But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much you value her, and you hope within time that she will come to value you, too. If you keep seeing her, surely she'll stop thinking of her human friend whom she lost so suddenly. That is your plan, at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Arr, arr. What? Is my microphone being weird? No. That's just the game. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough. The words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You've grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have, for it is not long after you bequeath your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, and for I have sat on this shore for many, many nights hence, but you have seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit, while you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me, beneath the ocean's waves? There's much that I wish to show you, sights that cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as this. It's quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean surface so that she might show you her home! You're flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after the flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You are a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown, and mistrustfully you look at the ocean. It's late at night, as it always is, when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. Save your game? Okay. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry. Violent, almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight, its shimmers sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You are a little afraid of the sea. It's so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming it reminds you of a hungry monster. You have never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. You are fearful for your own safety should you consent to dive beneath the undulating... It's been a while since there was a word, right? Hey, there's a word. There's a word. That's a word. Meniscus. That's pretty straightforward. Crescent-shaped body. Concavo-convex lens. Curved upper surface. The curved upper surface of a non-turbulent liquid in a container that is concave if the liquid wets the container walls and convex if it does not. Can I get a picture? Can I get a picture? Can I get a picture? These are bones, not bodies of water. Can water. Oh, I get it. Oh, that's cool. Wow. But,
Do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She's still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, not really. You are still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? You trust her not to break her word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become the food of so many fish. Of that, you are certain. That is why, despite all your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that's what she wants, then you will accompany her. Yay! Yippee! You are interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface, out of sight. I knew that you would agree. Thank you so much for humoring me. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced. Real? Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me, I promise. The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair too is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow, so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that for a few moments you cannot do anything, neither step toward her nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage just does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arm shaking like the skinny bow of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own, her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. Now, let us be on our way. There's much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, wondering which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaid's. As the wind buffets your hair and your skirts, you inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you could choke on it. It's not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It's nostalgic, almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That's just a silly superstition, though. You're being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forward, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. Oh, this is cute! The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold, it's freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You have already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it's your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like a thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it's not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It's cold under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very off, not yet at least, that the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead, to your fairy tale addled mind, to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They're pretty. No, that word isn't significant enough. They're beautiful. You did not know, as you stood upon the shore, how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories. Vague, hazy memories of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. But that feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it's so very dark you could scarcely see. Your vision's beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure rain down on your inert body. You have descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety too deep. Humans were not made to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth clattering. Despite the water, which stops your ears, the water is stopping up your nostrils. There's so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. It's endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know you have fast begun to near your limit. You've been under the water for too long. It's too cold. It's so dark now. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater venture has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It's time to return to the surface now, but how are you to communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she's not looking at you. She's staring instead fixedly at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps, in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her endeavors, that she ought to cut short of your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken as you had hoped from about your wrist. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It feels as though she's gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear one? What is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you're a human girl, not a fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you a question. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, and says, "I understand. Being underwater for so long must be taking its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?" So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head empathetically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, or so I have heard, of drowning. Not that I've ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now, what was that? What did she mean by that? I mean, the mermaid answers, can she read minds? That this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough, then you will die. It's not a very pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I will take very good care of it. I promise. In death, you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she is laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course, you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt that would be particularly interesting. If you want to know why I'm doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you.
Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting, she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder? You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean surface with her.
I'm only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you are both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short, and you are susceptible to so very many diseases, it's a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, and I am far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that if I were as fragile as you, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner.
Just as you could see your own death looming before you. It's not so very far away now. You could feel it coming closer and closer, and closing its cold, icy fingers around your throat.
You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are.
She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? That does not make very much sense. It makes so much sense to me personally.
Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense. To me, at least.
I'm saying.
My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know, and I will never know. For many days and many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, but there were so many possibilities I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair, and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might have been able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits nor ravaged by diseases. You'll be quite safe, I promise.
Quite safe, yes, but quite dead too, surely?
Well, yes. That is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan.
She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. Super chat. This is why sailors tied each other to ship masts.
No, but I have to go meet with my mermaid siren waifu. No, unhand me. Unhand me. Free me of these ropes and these bindings. I must see my mermaid girlfriend.
But perhaps you could have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learned that at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this.
It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if we were to be happy. I'm doing this, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please try to understand. I really have been lonely.
You would have been more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise, but you were too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They are beginning to ache. Perhaps you're crying? You don't know. The water's, yeah, like, you're done. You're done.
Oh, no, thank you for the super chat.
This mermaid would be like,
part of your world.
No.
Part of my world.
You've been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision's beginning to go cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker, still unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly about your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I'm sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions, which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Shall we accept our fate or fight? Fight! Fight for our life! Fight the power. Accept. We got 2 accepts, 3 fights. Oh. More accepts? More accepts. Fight, fight, pull, fight, fight. Well, I'm gonna read both anyway. I'm gonna assume accept your fate is a bad ending. Well, which one would be the bad? I don't know. Both? Both seem bad. I'm gonna accept it and then fight. That's a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you are well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you have made. There's no need for me to belabor the point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you, so instead I think I will content myself with loving you. What, you thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to... Cosset, to pamper, to treat as a pet, to fondle. Ah. I know I have said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you are at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You'll never be lonely again. Wow! So, okay, so that revealed... Okay, that's one ending, right? So, that revealed that the second person narration is from the perspective of an actual character. Like, I'm like mocking this girl. And I don't... So I'm gonna have to see all... So from my understanding, there's probably gonna be what? 2, 4, 6, 8? 8 endings? What does it say on the thing? I don't know, it doesn't say how many endings there are, but I'm just gonna assume there's 8. Let's see. Alright, let's fight. Ha 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 ha. Fight against my fate! Fight the power! I like that look on your face. It's a look full of determination. The self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you're not happy with this ending. Did not come all this way, after all, to drown. It's quite the... Stop using the thesaurus on me! I'm dumb! Indecorous? Is that... Indecorous! I was... Indecorous! Lacking proprietary or decorum. Unseemly. That is quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or good side, of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of a fair maiden is something of a cliche. Oh, your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? And I'm back at the... I'm back at the... So I'm gonna assume I'm gonna assume the third party narrator is like the witch that I signed the contract with, right? Right? This is the witch that like granted my wish, right? I think so. Because there's no way the narrator isn't like another beautiful woman. Alright, I guess we'll just go down the village. I mean, go down the unless you guys wanna... Because, like, we're gonna have to go through all these eventually. It's just, like, which one do you guys want to see first? Let me take... Well, I'm gonna turn off my heater real quick. Because why do I even have it on? Weirdo? Weirdo? Turn it off. Good. Yeah. And then I also have to readjust myself. Whee! And then sit down my chair. And then lay back properly. With proper posture. With proper VN reading posture. I love VNs, bro. You just sit back and left click. This is awesome. This is actually so awesome. This is the best ever. Alright, mic again? No way. No, it's not. You lied to me. Is it? Are you sure? Okay, I'm gonna lower the game audio. Do you guys? Is it? This is my mic now. It's just my mic now. It's gone now. It's literally the game. It's literally the game. It's the game.
It's the game. Sorry. I'm gonna drink more water. Okay. Alright. So let me see. Village? Okay. Time to go village. Bam!
So you want to go to the village? Good idea. Let's see what further trials await you there. This night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there's so much more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs, which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. The only hope as you continue to run that you will find a suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint, scenic settlement. All thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who will be able... Oh, Nowhere Eclipse, thank you for the super chat. Know any other good VNs with scary monster girls? Hold on, let me search something up real quick. Let me search something up real quick. Where the there you go. Let me read something real. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, one moment, please. Damn. Well. Oh well. Never mind. I take it back. I actually don't. Yeah! Because I don't read. Visual novel reader who doesn't read. LOL! Slay the princess? Oh, I get, yeah, that's good. My first instinct was... Actually, I don't know. Yeah, no, they're not monster girls.
Wait. What are you guys saying? Just slay the princess? You guys are just saying slay the princess? Is she? I don't know.
Unless you say Saya no Uta? Question mark?
MGQ, what does that stand for? I'm dumb. What the frick is MGQ? MGQ? My god. Monster go. Oh, okay.
Technically, shut up. Okay, we're going back. We're going. Not Higurashi. It's not Higurashi. Hop off my goats. Read Ubineko.
You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She'll be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with dull brown hair crammed beneath a cap. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious... God, I can't... Is it voracious? Voracious. I'm right. I was correct. Consuming or eager to consume great amounts of food. Ravenous. Okay. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try.
that is all you can do, really. So you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that, lol. Did I not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning? I'm kind of a god here. Don't worry about it. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It's still cold, though, and still foggy. It's still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, and as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village up close does not look half as welcoming as you imagined. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but others are gaping open. The kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You cannot hear anything either, beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quite quiet. Eerily so. It's immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly, red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door, your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There's nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same, regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody there. Once again, you found yourself all alone. At least you found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purpose? Nobody's here, you might as well. But no. An abandoned cottage is not what you're looking for. You would far rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely, you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion. Then inhale. You square your shoulders, and you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here, at the very least, who can help you. That's what you're thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination until you make yet another discovery. This village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that your faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but it's stout and sturdy. It must be, for it must have withstood centuries forever standing, sentinel on this hill, like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even without more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are hewn from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far in between. There are very few people in the village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstones with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You're out of the woods now, and you have, subconsciously, already began to relax. You try to read the names honed into the myriad tombstones, but it is dark and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves and turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, and usually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses? And there's so much to explore. You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here and there, and then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense all-encompassing curiosity. And as you do, you see her. She looks like an ordinary girl. Small, scrawny, just like yourself, but she is much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church, like a furtive lizard clinging against the rocky edifice to shroud itself in the sun. There's no sunlight here, though. There's only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, the silvery implement the girl's clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It's not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into the earth, that you understand. It's a shovel. The girl's standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of mere whimsy. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly, mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of her shovel into the earth over and over. Why is the shovel bent? Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There is something hypnotic almost in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hand, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she, in her dark cloak with her shovel, looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You have come this far. Put that... Sorry, my bad. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they're not quite enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. Then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows, but now she's looking at you. You can tell. She's pretty. Her skin's very smooth, and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear blue, like ice. Those eyes of her, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. I think there's a pattern going on here. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. The shovel she's clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You seal yourself expecting, perhaps some sort of outburst, but the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel tightly, relax. Her lips curve upward at the edges. She's smiling, and what a smile it is. It's transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is so suffused with light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You're so relieved, you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be surprising if you did. You've been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance. Well, she does live in a rural village, what were you expecting? Wait, then she says in a rough voice, okay. Oh, it's good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive. The only one in the whole world. Now wow, that's crazy. That's crazy for greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She's rather more personable than her apparel would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It's your turn now to be on guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel and you ask her what she means. What happened? Oh? Do you not know? There's an awful lot you don't know. So much, in fact, it would fill a whole encyclopedia. Texas accent? No. I want to try something. No whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be around from these parts. Okay, guys, I watched this really funny comic dub of Fluttershy eating Pinkie Pie's Forever Weed Brownie, and I thought it was so impressive the way that person was able to dub all of the main 6's voices. I was trying to go for a Rainbow Dash thing, but like I don't know how to do that. I don't know how people do that. I don't know how people voice act. I don't know how people like transform the voices. I don't know. You guys don't know about the Fluttershy eats Pinkie Pie's Forever Weed Brownie? I love it! Is this another tangent? Should we take a break before we get into getting bashed into the head with the skull? Like well, let's see. Let's search it. Let's search it up. Fluttershy Pinkie Brownie. The Forever Weed Brownie. Oh my god. Here. I'm gonna play the exact dub I friggin' listened to. I'm gonna lower the game audio. Okay, here.
Oh my god, she's gonna eat a weed brownie. What? Wow, Fluttershy, did you just eat my forever weed brownie? It was the only way to... The what? Yeah, my forever weed brownie! You don't want to come down anytime soon. Because you're gonna be like this for a long time.
She's gonna be like this for a long time!
I've over all your parents and family and friends and mentors, and they're all coming over for hours.
Oh, wow. Well, poor Fluttershy, am I right? Feels bad.
Okay, calm down, Fluttershy.
All you did was eat a brownie that makes you high forever. You gotta stay calm.
Gosh, Fluttershy, are you doing okay?
Yadan.
Generic John Doe, this brings back memories. Thanks. You're welcome. Thanks for the super chat.
Manage it. Oh, the effects haven't really kicked in yet. It's inedible, silly.
I'm gonna make it go.
Oh, so it only gets worse from here.
I'm gonna make it go like a bit faster so that we can go back to the game.
I'm not sure what you're so scared about. Well, doesn't weed make you
Doesn't weed make you
Weed makes you
explode?
explode? That's why I ate it. I ate the brownie to save you. Oh, okay. So you can go someplace quiet with no loud noises and no surprises. Happy birthday, Fluttershy! What's her deal? Doesn't really look excited. Oh, she ate my forever weed brownie. She's not useless. You told me to hide it from everyone. It's a silly game I play when I'm high for fun, Flutters.
Oh my god!
Okay, clearly she's not having a great time.
She's clearly not having a great time. Like, how does this is my one girl?
Oh, a couple hours. That sounds manageable.
Oh, you guys can't see it. Cheebs.
Oh, well, Pinkie's body has ingested so much THC that a forever weed brownie has the same effect
My
as walking through a
God.
vape cloud on the street. We had a whole episode testing it. It'll probably still be forever for Fluttershy. It's true.
It's
Fluttershy,
true.
that was so noble of you to sacrifice yourself to prevent me from exploding. Nobody's exploding.
Caroline, thank you for your super chat. +1 for friendship and is magic. Yay! Thank you.
Things right? From my understanding, your body is completely new to recreational drugs. She's losing it.
Oh my god.
Well, I think she's certainly anything but relaxed. Then there's only one thing we can do. We have to let her wait out the forever high.
What? That's forever. We can't just leave our friend behind a frightened marijuana stupor forever.
I agree, darling. I'm all for relaxation.
One person? That's so crazy.
Forever. Oh no.
It reminds me how Jenny Nicholson used to voice for Friendship is Witchcraft. Like a lot of the characters. I don't know how people do
In
it.
that case, prepare to be relaxed, Flutters. Yeah. But hell, I'm so fucking scared
I'm so fucking scared right now.
Leave the relaxation to us. Comfy pillows.
An entire series box set of the Golden Girls.
And your favorite snack.
Wow. Awesome. Thanks for letting me share that with you guys. And by letting me, I mean forcing that upon you. Thanks for taking it. You guys rock. Let's put the Alright! Stop playing in My Little Pony and okay, there you go. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Alright.
The what?
Why does speeding it up actually fit? I don't know, but thank you, Jamal, for the super chat! Yay! Now back to our regularly scheduled Toxic Yuri! If you think about it, My Little Pony is...
Because it's an unhealthy power dynamic between Twilight and the other main six. So technically, any ship with Twilight in it is toxic because Twilight is, you know, of
part of the ruling class, and her friends may be upper middle class or like small business owners or like helping run Ponyville, but like it's still like there's a power imbalance, and it's like sorry guys. Sorry. I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually thought that though. Alright. Okay, yeah, I can't voice act for shit. I'm just gonna keep going. The girl's expression falls. At least they used to back when there were still people to know. That ain't the case now though. Not after the plague. The plague! There was a plague! Okay, yeah, that would explain. That would explain it. Yeah, that would okay. Did everybody else succumb to this mystery illness? That's right. It's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. Now that's an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gone rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way, and you said you were a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat? And to drink. My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs, a carefree, airy sort of laugh which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought when you saw her among the graves that she would be more distant somehow and more mysterious. Perhaps you're mixing her up with somebody else. You're still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It's much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold, kipping on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Shit, shut up, please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation, but at the very least, you do not want to appear too eager. But your acquiescence is... How do you... Slow down. Acquiesce? Acquiescence is, alas, an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? She's the first friendly face you've seen all night. Amy, when do you kiss a girl? I got pretty close last time, okay? Maybe this time we get somewhere, okay? Without her, you'd be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state, it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would, to you, be the more appropriate descriptor, but when your hostess leads you inside, your eye's alive, and she says, "Here we are, home sweet home." And you don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. Amy, you died last time? Okay, but consider that we were holding hands. Consider that we exchanged gifts and called each other beautiful and expressed this and, like, mutually expressed the desire to know each other more and held hands. I think... I don't know. I don't know about you guys. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around around your newfound surroundings. You live like this? The ceiling is supported by wooden joists and is perilously low. Not so much so that you're in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. There's fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire instead is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs, and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there's a roof over your head and food to put in your belly.
The girl looks at the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with the ladle. Then she brings her ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she was brewing within it. You can only hope that she is not like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with funny snake fillets. Fillets. Yes, I think this is just about done, the girl says to nobody in particular.
Don't phrase it like that! Oh, I know she stink! No, don't go that far, okay? It's the plague. Can you blame anyone, really? It's the plague, not everything. Come on.
She settles the ladle down back into the pot and looks to you and smiles. Do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite a long way. You must be hungry. These words are like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. Camera smell. You are so hungry you could eat a what?
Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. Guys, put away the My Little Pony videos. For me, thank you.
You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges in which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. It's not much, but I'm afraid it's only soup and bread. Should take the edge off your appetite, though.
More than enough for me, baby!
You thank your hostess for her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. The soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It's true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Anyways, humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourselves up in pretensions, but in actuality, you are not much better than animals. You're so hungry, your stomach is achingly empty, that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches while you eat, and she giggles once you've finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh, you catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You're so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though you have been suitably warmed. Your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and your fragile ego, your hostess is not the judgmental sort. She's not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I've been practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. The remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habit suspended. What happened to her father? What happened to your father, girl? Anyways, it's a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but... Didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes, your hostess says, her voice soft now and serious. That's right. There was a plague. And one of the villagers, what of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yes, you see, your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other. Then she begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We lived here for centuries by church, so we can tend to the graveyard. Ah, so this abode is centuries old. And I like how the narrator is like kind of like over the MC's shoulder, like, oh, this is interesting. Like, girl, did you not set up this entire situation? It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial back when he was alive. He built the coffins and he dug the graves and lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's gotta do it. There's no sense in averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside. A girl who is without much in the way of education.
It is apparent, just to listen to her, that the way she slurs her syllables together, that she has never had any elocution lessons. I'm just right? Elocution? I better be right. Yes! Yes! I got it right! Let's go! Elocution. She's never had any elocution lessons. Scratches my head. Oh, anyways, not like you. There's a determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy, which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of grave diggers? Yes, her hostess, the gravedigger, says. That's about right. Though I was never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession, that's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I have plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she were still alive, I'd rather focus on more feminine pursuits like basket weaving or sewing to better attract a suitor. Not that that would do much good now. I don't know if this voice fits her, bro. I don't know if this voice fits her. Gotta be real. I don't know. Should I just go like... Or maybe... I don't know. What voice would suit her? There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother?
She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old.
Oh well shit. You can relate to her at least, upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you're aware, but you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years, there have been no letters, nor any visits. You offered the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events because she smiles, albeit somberly.
It's alright. It was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I never really had the luxury of sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do.
Around the house, you ask?
That too. I was the oldest child, so it's my job. After my mother died, to manage the sweeping and the cooking. And, looking after my little siblings too.
You blink, intrigued, then glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You are not exactly subtle, because she shakes her head.
I had siblings. 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now.
Hey! You should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas.
Don't apologize. It's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in this wicked old world. That's something you learn in this trade. Digging graves, I mean.
Is that... this voice is fit? Yes. Yay.
I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for all of us in the end, no matter how old we are. No matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer.
Is the death! Dies a death! Sorry.
Or so I've heard. From a very loud, white-haired child in the metaverse. There's a lot of yelling, and red words and swords. It was very scary. Sorry, what was I saying?
A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess' speech. She's not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It's too disturbing.
For the longest times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me, but that was fine. That's how I liked it. I was very happy, even if our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, and we can't dine on the finest foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I always felt otherwise. I thought that I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way life is around here. When the food supplies were low, we always helped one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. We all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. At least they did. Until the plague happened.
Oh yeah, she had mentioned the plague, right? You've been wondering about that. Yeah. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village, as you traversed it, was so very empty?
You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago, but maybe it wasn't that long after all. It feels like I've been my own for centuries, but...
Your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she's entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. Your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked up on the streets and stacked up in the wooden carts come to take away with no shortage of aplomb. She's a strange woman, your history professor.
The plague came on very suddenly. There was no warning. One day everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead.
It is with no small amount of anxiety that you eye the gravedigger. Then you ask, worldly, surely they could not have all died? Is that not an exaggeration?
Oh, if I only... I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth. Honest to God. The people in the village died, one after the other, just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that we buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain, I'm just guessing still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there were the boils.
The boils?
Pustules. They were the size of eggs, and they were all full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it. The stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him lying on his deathbed, and she shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. It felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill. I remember that after she left. Until a few days passed and she fell sick too. Then I felt bad for cursing her and I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but...
The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flecks of fallen snow. This rom-com is amazing, I know, right? Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might, at any moment, fall apart.
It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father. The clammy skin, and the fever, and the boils. The boils grew, and then they burst, and then they died in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die, of course. I did everything I could to help him, but it was pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All it did was stand by his bedside telling him it'd be alright until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried out. During that last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me. He didn't speak to me. He just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments
The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says,
I wish she just died.
Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had an overly long to wait.
Let me be in position.
Oh, no, no, it's come to a point. No, no, not like this! Ah! No. Surely that was it. Anyways. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining? No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You're not sure how to soothe her, but you know that you must make some sort of effort, even if it is a token one. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say very softly that you're sorry. It's not much, but it's all you can think of saying. You had thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now that you can see this is not the case. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that suffering is a competition, but yeah, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She's very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you so, no matter how foolish she might be. Do you really deserve such kindness?
Oh, and again with the apologies. It's alright. Like I said, you didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you, I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder though why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was going to die, so I prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satisfied his appetite on all the others. That or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it also. I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now under the earth, where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though...
The gravedigger tenses. Then she sniffs.
When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud and dirt from my clothes.
That should have been me! This village did have a fair share of washerwomen! Let's go! It would seem your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit.
And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church, who told us wonderful tales of paradise, and the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but feel so lonely.
Wait, hold up. Not like this, man. Not like this. I need to drink more water. That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
The washerwoman was real!
Let's go! Let's go! Okay, let's go.
The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine once she has finished her dress with tears, but she does not let them fall. She's being very brave. Much more so than you are. Anxiously, you extend a hand towards her, meaning to... What? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be infantilizing. Squeeze her hand? Perhaps that could be misconstrued as romantic overture, and that was the last thing you want. You endured more than your fair share of teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by the indecision as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side. Your hand rests upon your lap, as useful as damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know that you ought to say something, though, to show that you've heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what this something should be, however. No words can ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so, after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say?
Oh no.
The gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away with the back of her arm.
It's alright. I've grown used to it, really. Being on my own, I mean. It ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I met you. You'll keep me company, won't you?
Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod, a response which makes the girl smile more widely still.
That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler who's passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough in the spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. You must be tired after your long journey. Just give me a moment.
The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please and frown. This girl's home is a small, humble one with a low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possessing a spare bedroom. This so-called spare bedroom is, in all likelihood, the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You are tired. Wretchedly so. Why, it is all you could do to keep your eyes open. While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you found sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. Oh, she got the Catholic guilt. Do you think she went to a Catholic all-girls school? Is that the lore? You rise and follow the gravedigger once she has finished her preparations to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. At least there's a bed, which becomes something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble, you're half expecting a straw pallet. LOL! Imagine that, a straw pallet, lol. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. LOL! The sheets of the bed are clean, too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance. So, you'll not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man after all. This really is your lucky day.
I got you this, too, the gravedigger says, somewhat shyly, as she hands you a folded gown. To sleep in. I thought it might come in handy. Your own clothes are a little shabby.
She could say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged.
This nightgown is one of my old ones, so it's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit alright. It's clean and nothing else.
You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you and you yawn, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice.
Begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help.
The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. Ooh, let me just adjust here. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you could almost forget all the hardships you've hitherto endured. In her absence, however, your lodgings feel almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you're able, but your fingers are cold and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but soon you have your shirt and skirt dispensed with. You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, then pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable, at least, than your old uniform. You've endured worse. Newly dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It's with a sigh you extinguish the weekly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside. With another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you'll be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail, your heart's still pounding. The fear is yet to leave you. Perhaps it'll never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it sufficed itself into your bones, into your very being. But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Snore-me-me-me. Snore-me-me-me. Your eyelids fall shut, and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It's not long until you're spiraling through a dark, deep abyss, lost into Morpheus's kingdom. But your sleep, despite your weird state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatoire, you are frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. The dreams that you have this night lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatoire, the place where this adventure of yours began. You're wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your gray, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tied in braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates, and you thought yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in turn. You did not want anyone to notice you until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much as glanced at you. All of a sudden, there were no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. But this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Could anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected it in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for a PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone, upon which one of your classmates had honed a name. Your name. You knew at once as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmate's silence. This is why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so assiduously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you already died. So are these, like, reflections of the girls that tormented her back at school? I don't understand, because there's, like, a lull, right? There's a lull, there's, like, the appeal, there's a lure, and then the betrayal. But, like, I don't know. Your eerie dream notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you awake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel well rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea can fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims, in the manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them.
Oh, you look awful. I think you need something warm to drink. And maybe you need something to eat, too? Let me get started on breakfast.
And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair. Nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It's food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to rumble. The tea is inoffensive, at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return. A sunny smile, like a field of blooming bellflowers.
It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else,
she says, words which come to symbolize your relationship.
Gravedigger housewife.
You stay with the gravedigger for many, many more days, and limited though her means might be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic fight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you. The sound of your feet against the foliage in the swirling fog. When you sleep, you're assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth gaping open to a paroxysm terror. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you're still afraid. God! Why me? Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you're sleeping on the floor, or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to this pursuit intrigues you, so much that you cannot help but posit a question to her on one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Festooned? Festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left, after all, to dig them for. You've always been practical, and you cannot see the point to it.
What's the point in it,
The gravedigger ponders, while holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You should count yourself lucky her temperament is so very placid.
I don't suppose there is any point to it, really, the gravedigger eventually says, with a small smile. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but, well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I can continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I'll want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really.
That's all, is it? You think you can understand that, yeah? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled among them. She does not dig graves out of any sense of purpose, she does it instead out of sentiment.
Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent my days idling all by my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender nature, is not particularly delicate. It reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. You are ashamed of thinking of such thing. What the hell? A braying of the horse should be like... How boisterous would her laughter be to be compared to the braying of a horse? Sorry. Like... Ah! That's a goat. That's a goat. Nay? Like that? I laugh like a horse, probably, right? Anyways. We could not all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger as it echoes through the gray, gloomy sky is strangely desperate. It sounded forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return her laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot. You cannot help but pity her. Damn. You retreat indoors briefly after your talk with the gravedigger, and then set about some simple chores. Oh wow, this is a nice one so far. Nice, like domestic life with some random ill child. Right? It could be worse. It could be worse. There you go. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It's not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon, and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there's dirt caked beneath her fingernails. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, and looks at the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which she stokes with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma, which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. Thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like returning home after a hard day's work to find dinner already prepared. Now, let me give it a test. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. Then she places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before in the past, and she was always very complimentary of your efforts. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself with it, really, growing up in relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges in your past life. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you're not alone. That's worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger exclaims, after drawing the spoon from her lips, a smile. Her smile a bright, guileless one. It's delicious! Your face flushes at the compliment. You're unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that, a query which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really. That's a relief. You're not very good at all this cooking malarkey in the first place. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, or you cut yourself more than once. You bled onto the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw the sweet soup out. I don't think that...
that, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's correct. I think you're both fucked. Well, the gravedigger lives a humble existence and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredients. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Okay, alright. Right. Today's soup, however, is a marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with a knife even once! Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too, that we can eat it with. Oh, I should brew some tea too. Let me... Ah, yeah, the tea. You knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup, you must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. The gravedigger, however, waves your request aside. No, it's alright. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would not mind. I enjoy making myself useful. For a lady, you're awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, alongside 2 cups of piping hot tea, prepared by your hostess's own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in this simple fare after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. You'd like to sit with the gravedigger for a little while longer and tell stories as you have sometimes in the past, that or play cards. The nights are long and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. You're too tired for it. You did not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. You explained your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. That's alright. You don't need to stay up with me, not if you ain't up to it. You should head off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. You do not think you are particularly pretty, but you assume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to you. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She's far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for an understanding, then rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom with trembling legs and change out of your clothes. You've only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles against your door, light and unobtrusive. Though this rapping could, of course, belong but to one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft. But you rushed to your room so soon after eating, I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright. The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned. So much so, she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she's done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inward with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in black, her clothes a stark contrast to your pure white, well, off-white, nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you, seated in bed, with your hair freed from her usual braids, and exhales. Is that your relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you assure her. There's no particular problems with your health. You're just tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm. You're always pale. True. Sorry. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm. You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her that this won't be necessary. You'll be fine. I hope so. I thought about that my father, too, before he... The gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know now what she was thinking of before she entered your bedroom.
cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank, oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague, which once beset your own country, and you shudder.
If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way,
the gravedigger says.
but before that...
Before that?
This was just a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while?
Your hair?
That's right. It's such a pretty shade of red is all. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, and not if you don't want to. I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing.
This is what the gravedigger says, but you have a distinct feeling that she's the one looking for solace here. She's not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. But she has been very good to you, and has done so very much for you, that you do not want to begrudge her this small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are certain you'll be the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately in a manner which makes you blush.
Thank you. It'd be my honor. Now, let me fetch my brush.
The gravedigger retreats to her room in a hurry, but returns soon thereafter, holding in her right hand the promised brush. The artifact required, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. The gravedigger leads in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which builds with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It's soothing enough, so much so, it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one, and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatoire.
Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk. Not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse.
This gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscences.
Why me?
Oh god. It's like... That's so dumb.
And another one. I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta rid of myself. I gotta rid myself of these ailments. Lane!
Oh, this sucks.
Okay. It should be good enough. Alright.
It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when she next speaks, is dreamy.
I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me back when she was still alive. That must have been a long time ago. Oh, thank you for the dono.
Damn, hamster, can you stop being sick already? It's been months. Feel better. Thank you. I don't know, maybe this isn't me being sick. Maybe it's just like... Just a symptom of my normal body processes because I don't take care of myself. I don't know. It is funny, you think, as the bristles of the brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger should both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there's something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair, which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know, personally. I cannot remember my own mother at all.
I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much.
The gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck.
My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still, though it wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force.
Now this is curious. It sounds as though the reminiscences of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along with her mother?
I can't rightly say,
the gravedigger replies in a somber sort of voice.
I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning and looking after my baby brothers.
Didn't you say she died in childbirth? Am I not like... Didn't she say that... Didn't she say that her mother died during childbirth? She did what... Oh, wait. I thought she said she had 2 brothers. Right? So, even if she had 2 younger brothers, even if she were at... Even if... there's a secret 4th son! Yeah, whatever.
She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. But it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who like to sit indoors with their mothers, and so I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him.
Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled. Not that you could see it with your back facing her. Bro, the sound it makes when I hover over the buttons kind of jump scared me.
My mother said I wasn't very well, maidenly. She didn't like that I always...
How do you pronounce that? How do you pronounce that? Oh, God.
She didn't like that I always traipsed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress.
The gravedigger snorts.
I used to get a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burns in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had lots of hopes. My mother, high hopes. I think she might have resented my father maybe for working such a menial job. A profession is an honest one, but it's never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... Oh, I don't know. She always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted.
The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard burned beneath the tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought-out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to assure you that, of course, your father loved you truly, really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know, he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was nominally an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, that she must have done, or else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there letting the brush run through your hair and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself.
Well,
The gravedigger says after a pause.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us.
You guess so. Parents are only people after all, and one would hope once parents be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It's a painful subject.
Oh well. It's alright if... It's alright if my mother never liked me, or even if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what.
Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces.
At least until he wasn't. He died, and I didn't do a thing to help him. Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It's all-consuming like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush which has been hovering in the air, inert from her fingers. Then, you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep racking my head over and over trying to come up with something, but I can't think of anything, and even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried him. I buried him. Now I'm all alone. She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now. Not anymore. How can she be when you're here? I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I can bear it. I don't want you getting sick too. Not when I cared about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She leans forward, her arms wrapped around her middle, as if to steady herself, and she cries. She cries and she cries and she cries. For a few moments, you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seemed to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the cumulative weight of all the sorrows she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, as insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however, you could not offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms. But there is something you can think of. You'll not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. That, and the tears of the gravedigger, are awfully arresting. Ah, yay! New CG, everyone. You open your arms, and before the gravedigger can pass comment, you pull her to your chest. Oh. A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the gravedigger, quieter than the sound of wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there's nothing. The gravedigger stiffened your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside her wooden coffins. She's all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, tears still coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before because you've never had any friends to console. So it's not so now. It is not so now, however. You're as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there, still as a statue, cradled in your arms. I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. I get so lonely sometimes. Until at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against yours. You run your hands against your sobbing companion's shoulder blades on her back, and gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize, that there's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls who have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets, you still feel exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you without asking for permission. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You've already accepted the gravedigger, after all. Every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality, you have accepted her food. Now, you're accepting her company. You range yourself beneath the sheets and draw her body to yours. The gravedigger has not yet changed to her nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she wakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. But tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There's no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day, which will dawn once the night inevitably ends. Instead, there's only the warmth shared between you and the wetness on her cheeks. There's the sound, irregular now and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There's this gentle, tender moment snatched in the middle of a deep, dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy, as though weighted down with stones. I have to blow my nose. Oh, God! Okay. Okay, another one. I feel like this is a turning point, right? This is a turning point. For this route, anyway. Wait. Okay. Alright. Hopefully that's enough. Meow, meow, meow. Alright. Let's go. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you, like a drowning maiden, into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn, and you fall asleep, cozied up beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep and you sleep and you sleep, more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. But when you awake, you find that you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you're quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not come any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you're aroused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered as of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you're certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You don't know. You don't know much of anything. You can feel a strange, pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been, save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is a startling thought, but the darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettlingly complete. It's so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It feels cold, too, and you're lying upon something hard. Some sort of stone slab? What's going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stymied. There's something heavy lying atop of you. Something that's limiting your movements. You were anxious before, upon waking, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best as you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There's a wall above you and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You have never had much in the way of upper body strength, nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why, but a terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, one which initially you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility, but where else could the truth lie? You are lying in a box, hemmed in by walls which offer only scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? Generic John Doe, thank you for the super chat. You've been kill billed, one of the worst ways to go. Yeah. The moment you allow yourself to ponder this, the awful reality is the moment you hear it. The regular sound of drumming. It's as though somebody, though they must be a very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. That
or it's raining. It's not the fingers of a giantess, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It's dirt. This sound continues on and on as though it's drilling its way inside your skull. It's relentless. It's merciless. Like the ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out, but you knew that already, didn't you? When you were running through the forest. You would have known, silly thing, that you cannot outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later, it will catch up with you. You're stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. You cry not for your parents, whom you hardly knew, nor for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you've been living, and with whom you've shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake? Once you realize you are, in fact, entombed in the coffin she's currently filling, or for who else would she be living in the dirt above you, she'll cease her operations at once. She'll pull you out of darkness, back into the world of the living, then she'll hold you close. She'll embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you, so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief, your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it.
So, you're awake then, are you, dear one?
The gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice.
Now, that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple hours more, so the last time we spoke could have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm going to feel bad.
Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense you are attuned to every single syllable, and each of them make you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does he truly mean to bury you alive? You posit this question to the gravedigger best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think in your optimism that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you're hoping, though, it's in vain.
That's right. You really do catch on quick.
So it appears she really wants to bury you. Well, then, yeah, that's unfortunate. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought she was your friend.
We are friends,
the gravedigger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty.
I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last... How long has it been again? I don't remember.
Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both of your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand, but you understand her reply even less.
Well, here's the thing,
the gravedigger says, in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of a reasonable action.
I've been digging graves for a long time, see?
You cannot see, actually, it's too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same.
Well, I was digging all these graves, but I've not had anybody to put them in, not for ages. It was rather sad.
You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, but so you do not interrupt her yet.
Mia-senpai! Hello, Beatos! Hello, Beato Raid! Hello! Wow! Thank you, Mia-senpai, for the raid! Yippee! Yippee! Mia raid! He may raid! He may raid! He may raid! Hello, guys! I'm reading Toxic Yuri. I'm watching the toxic part is happening right now. You guys just missed the Yuri. If you guys ever feel like playing this game, you guys should look away. I'm kind of deep in. So yeah. Yeah, senpai, who's Amy? I'm not Amy, I'm Amy. Yeah, senpai, what's your question? I will answer to the best of my ability.
I await with great trepidation. I'm scared. I'm scared. What will she say? What will she say to me? I don't know. Is she gonna... You'll DM me. She'll DM me. Okay. Alright. Okay, everyone. That's great. Woohoo! 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 Yay!
Wait, hold on. Let me see. The last time Rie DM'd me? No, she hasn't DM'd me yet, but I just remembered the last thing she sent me. Oh, what is this? What is this?
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Luna, for the 5 gifted subs. What does this mean? What is it? What does this mean? I don't... Will you press the button? You get $1 billion! That's more money you would ever need in a lifetime. Several lifetimes, probably. But, what is that? What does that mean? What is that word? I don't know what that word is. I don't know what that word is. I'm gonna search it up. A man respected for his piety or religious learning. A male leader of an Arab family or village. A man in an Arab society who is important or wealthy. Oh. Has... males only? Wait, I don't... So... What did Senpai answer with? Let's start with that! Can I ask a question? Can I don't... It's males only! This question doesn't apply! This question doesn't apply! Dude, 1 billion... I'm saying! 1 billion is 1 billion, but like, what? What? There's a lot of... Oh, it says males only, so get one of... Oh! Oh, that's so smart! That's so smart! Jamake, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Goodness gracious! Okay, sure, I'll press the button. I'm sure one of the lab hams will bite the bullet. We could split the earnings. $50 million... Is it $500 million is a lot of dollars. We could split it. In fact, I'm fine with just 100 million. You could take 90% of the winnings. If a lab ham sacrifices... If a lab ham bends over... If a lab ham bends over and took it, we could split the earnings. They get 900 million, I get 100 million. That's still an obscene amount of money. 1 billion is a billion. I'm saying. Done deal. Literally, like, come on. Like, I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. See, you guys get it. Yay! Yeah, I'm glad we reached this conclusion. Thank you, Ria Senpai, for the brain teaser. Why do I get anything? Because I pressed the button. Duh. Oh! Anyways, have fun with Toxic Yuri. I love this game. Yay! Thank you for raid. Thank you for the raid. Yay! Thank you for the billion dollars. Let's put this away. All right. Back to dying. If you guys are interested in playing this game, you guys should probably click off. But I'm pretty halfway in. Anyways, as I said before, you guys just missed the Yuri part. Now we're at the toxic Yuri part. So, oh well. Yippee! All you could do for the present is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not gonna let the opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, and I buried my father. I buried all my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too.
It's sound logic, in a sense, as the daughter of a gravedigger. Digging graves is her job, but yeah, no. If only you could put your finger on it. Ah, yes. There's a bit of a flaw. Yeah? You're not dead.
You might not be dead now,
The gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity. Ingenuity?
but you will be if given enough time. I mean, everyone else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next?
It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly, if she persists with her poorly thought-out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large, it affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you will run out of oxygen. Then you will suffocate, that, or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. You're not sure which death would be worse, though given how precarious the situation is, you do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly, while she's still there. You tell her, tearfully, that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved.
You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth?
Eimi, would you press the button? You get to have Yuri with a Phase Connect member, but she buries you after. That's already canon. That button's been pressed, bro.
I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long. Then you'd leave me. This way, at least, I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bury you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home. So you're only a stone's throw away, really. Isn't that nice?
Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You did not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. Yeah, you're choking on your panic. Yep, yeah, okay. You scream. You beg and you plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her little brothers. She's even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she's going to kill you. In a sense, you're both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening.
Shush, shush, dear one, says the gravedigger very gently, just as gently she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll be just like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way we can always be together, and I'll never be lonely again.
While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of dirt and the scrapings of the shovel and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream and you scream and you scream without cease until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You're in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin over and over as more dirt and debris falls on top of you. Eventually, enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you, and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It's so potent that you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here underground forever and ever, or, to use a less melodramatic term, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own solidification. It isn't a very pleasant way to go, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of really bad decisions, which led to your untimely demise. Now, what are you gonna do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Alright, I love choices.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do accept my fate first. Very well then, enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is good night for now, but it's not goodbye. You can't escape from me, even if you are buried deep beneath the earth. Where there's a will, there's a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I'll never leave you. Yay! You'll never be lonely again. Yay! Alright. Time to keep the party rolling. Damn, how... It's been 3 hours and a half. What, so is this gonna be like a 5-hour stream? I'm gonna cry. Anyways. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well, I can't blame you. It's quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. No, why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is, once again, in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? The castle? Yeah! So you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princess they once dreamed of.
Please, thank you for the super chat.
So the lesson of this game is to not trust women. It's a bit early for that. We're getting there. Okay, we're getting there. Heroin. Like the drug? It is. Wow, I did not know that. Okay, I thought it was pronounced differently. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? It's far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That's very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you'll uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are just beginning. I hope only that you've brushed up your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with the sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. Ooh! You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, achy legs, which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you've been running for so very long and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must be a king and queen inside the castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips, pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. Ugh! Lana, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the toxic Yuri, Amy. But I must sleep now. Hope you enjoyed the insane maidens to come. Thank you! Have a good sleep. I hope this was an adequate bed story. What's it called? What are they called? A nighttime story? A bedtime story? Is that what I don't know. Good night. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You are only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her head, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands.
The royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need. This does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens are princesses, and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they're subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee that this mythical princess of yours, imagination, will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is with this hope that keeps you going.
Pardon me.
You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it.
Hi.
Oh, goodness gracious! Oh, that's where they went.
Maybe it's a bit distracting. I'll lower the volume for these.
How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. Soccer, I hardly know her. Ah! It's still cold, though, and foggy and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. It's always the moon. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. Hey, that's where I am! Hey, guys! Hey, guys, I'm at the castle! The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though. Not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within in the narrow, slitted around windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You have expect as you stand there that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of king and queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you! You're not, of course, a peasant. Your family's a wealthy one, or rather they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem.
Oh, Kataruka, welcome to Isami Industries. Welcome. Yippee. Oh, speaking of which, for any lab mems in the chat, I'm gonna upload a cover, like a short cover, that I recorded while watching Dizzy's stream earlier. Because I had the urge. So, after this stream, I might... yeah. I'll just dump it and go to bed.
No.
Hee.
If any guards were to take you for vagrants, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there's nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry. The elaborate iron gates, which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior, are open just a crack.
Also, if you were gifted a membership, I do have already a short cover ready for members to listen to. It's of Marshall Maximizer, that song. If you want to give a listen, reap the benefits of your membership. Besides having a green name. And of course the VODs.
It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's no one stopping you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You've come so very far. It would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. Then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. You only member for the emotes? Oh, that is also a benefit. I forgot.
Maybe I can add more. Maybe I'll make more.
The doomed doorway which leads to the castle itself from stone is closed, but at a push of your palm it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, a sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle grounds, they should have all been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you into dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why is it almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared? Could you be the very last human left alive? No. You frowned and pressed your palm back against the door. You pushed less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence.
Pardon me. Not shucks. Maybe it is allergies, and there's just a bunch of dust in my room. I don't know.
There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might be very well not, and they don't exist. Your entry to the castle is secure, and you then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes you glance about. You're standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. I'm back in Spooky's Jumpscare Mansion again! At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there's a large, elaborate staircase. One which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It's dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle's empty. If that's the case, though, then who lit those torches? Spooky. It's a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage and cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello? You say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast, empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it's somehow disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again, and again. Your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. Sorry. You'll never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idly, you know? You gotta go through 1,000 rooms. It's time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. 1,000 rooms. Right now. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you could do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of aeons past memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. Oh, hi! Does this game have multiple endings? I actually don't know, but since it is a visual novel, I'm assuming even if it does have multiple endings, you have to read them all to get to, the one final ending. Yeah. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see a flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it's light nonetheless. Could it be from the fireplace? That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps this kindly princess you dreamed of would be waiting for you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand on the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It's a chamber so luxuriant, not even shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Lock in! Lock in! Everyone lock in! Lock in! Lock in! Pushing my chair into my desk! Lock in! We're locking in. Where's my tissues? You cannot be congested! Not now! Jesus! Where's my...
Tissues! Give me tissue!
Oh wow, that was insane.
Pardon me. I gotta get all this. I gotta get all this congestion gone before I talk with this pretty girl. Okay. And then I'm gonna drink water to seal the deal. All right. Wait, more water.
Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering floor poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. Ooh, what was that? I don't know. You could tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She's so striking you cannot look away from her. And apparently I literally just... Okay, there you go. Ah, creepy baby! I can never escape! The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. Ah! I get it! I didn't play the game! I get it! The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath the bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light, which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself with playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you're not afforded much more time to stand there marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head, then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed examining her doll? Nah, she's looking at you. Her face illuminated by flames, and they're great. And now you can see you're mistaken. She's not just pretty, she is beautiful. She is so much so, it is breathtaking. Is that what happens every single time she meets these girls? I was like, oh, she's pretty. Oh my god, she's beautiful. Now let's switch to my other nostril. This is so bogus. Yeah. Pardon me. Wait. Wow. Wait. What? Oh my god, I gotta open another pack! I wanna die. No, I don't. I'm just annoyed and mildly inconvenienced by the prospect of being congested and having that congestion be in the way of me narrating my video Yuri game. I wanna play my Yuri game. Okay. Should be good enough. Should be good. Yahaha. Guys, what's wrong with my hamster? Your hamster's dying, but it's okay. She lives. Alright! She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she has some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination? But no, she's none of those things. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain. It's unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If
If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who's holding it. She's so startlingly beautiful that she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You're rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it's not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can a girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh! The girl says, in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance.
It's so good to see you. I've been waiting.
Has she? That's news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response at the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there's a lot of space. Then takes your hands in her own.
You must,
the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement.
be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You never leave me alone, not like you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy!
The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away with it. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but you might not. You're starting now! She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve. Not if she's always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not good enough of an actress. In any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so familiar? It's with blank bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own.
Or, am I mistaken? Are you not my lady's maid after all?
The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her, she's still a stranger, but you are struck all of a sudden with an intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but if that's what she wills, she wouldn't mind. You pray that she forgives you, though for your discombobulation, you come from a distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You are... MC, you dog! You animal! Oh my god! Immediately locked in! You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is.
What? You don't know who I am?
It's regrettable, you tell her, but no, I don't know you. Though it's not your fault.
Why, I've spent such a long time running, I hardly even know myself. Oh, so you're a fugitive then, from another country? I see. I'll pray to your past then if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should.
Now this is quite the impressive boast if it were to come from the lips of another, but you would... If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth.
You don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world. But I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it's one of those, foreign countries that you come from. It's very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity.
The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You came to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess?
Yeah, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be queen after I've done a little bit of growing up.
My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet.
I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was.
So she really is a princess.
That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in the castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. Should I go more Valley Girl? I could go more Valley Girl. I was just doing high-pitched, like, Genki. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face. A flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress. As you look to your feet, bashfully you stammer out a new address that you're very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you.
Oh, it's alright. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here.
You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all.
Oh my god, how wonderful! I look forward to picking your brain later. All my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long, I hardly ever get a chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's
fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive.
But I haven't seen any of my old lady maids in a while. Or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared.
Now that's quite curious. How could a household full of servants simply just disappear?
I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It's so tiring.
She said that her ministers sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? Lol.
They would, yes. If they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants.
Oh! He answered. Then you flush. You hadn't known.
It's alright. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners.
I can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back.
Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle's so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here.
Now that's an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants? That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined.
Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit, really. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you your room?
Yes! The princess announces before he can even say anything in reply.
I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's a little maze in here. I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all.
The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway, and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps, until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes the door aside summarily, thus permitting you the entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. Now, that might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though, if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it's that it's cold in every room in her abode.
Now here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking.
The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she's afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she's awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room's rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it's more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and although it's cold, you fancy you'll feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, but neither is it so large. But it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You'll not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed belongs to you. You think that the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles.
That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servant rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped.
Oh, my bed.
There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there, not that I was supposed to be up there. Janek-chan, no, thank you for the super chat. It's interesting that each girl is lonely from loss.
Right, and I can't wait what this first night's dream will be, right? What trauma did MC experience to be in the castle? Because remember, at the shore, her dream was her getting pushed into the fountain. And then in the village, she was... They did the equivalent of, in friggin' Japanese high school bullying, they put the vase of flowers on their desks to announce that they're dead. That kind of thing, right? They just all just ignored her because they buried her in their minds or whatever. So that's what happened. Unless they did actually, I don't know.
Buried in effigy, yeah.
A lot of MC's insecurities is shown throughout the story. Maybe the witch wanted the MC to face them. Yeah! So true. Yeah.
It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeepers had known I'd been soaking around, I don't think she would have been pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up in there anymore. The Scalarius maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I didn't think you'd be very cheery. You're not just a sorry maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's not a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeepers warned me enough times.
You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do. You do not mind if she talks too much. This is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too back in the conservatoire for your behavior. You knew full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided. Not for any particular misdemeanor, but for just being yourself.
I'm glad you understand. The princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow, if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though, I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did.
The princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed. Your new bed! You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You were indoors, inside a castle, no less. And you've been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense. I mean, but things could certainly be worse.
Getting tired, we'll watch the VOD for the rest. Was a good stream, Amy. On to him. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the bedtime story. Yahaha.
You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you and change into night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. I heard Yuri and I came as fast as I could. It's cooking. We're getting there. I mean, it's happened twice so far. We're collecting the Yuri, and then we're gonna it's gonna explode with the biggest Yuri. And then it'll be great. Awesome. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. Let's see what trauma ails you now. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You're so very tired. Your sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They're not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know what they're not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a Phenakistoscope pronunciation. Can I Merriam-Webster? Oh my God, you don't have a fucking you don't have a freaking. Can I please Oxford English Dictionary? Do you guys have play Phenakistoscope. So fee or fa? I'm gonna do fee. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in the phenakistoscope, were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled too to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. You never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how's anybody supposed to stand out? You stand out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then come the evenings. The girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed at you, and they laughed at you, and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps and the pinches. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red like strawberry jam all over your embroidery. Then when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as way, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. It did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar. A white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar? You did not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron, but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But, yeah, nah. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing was possible, even more inconsequential. So what's the... How is she gonna die this time? With that dream, how is she gonna die this time? Damn. You feel disoriented when you awake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until with a gasp it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... Ugh. You do not want to think about what it was you were trying to escape from. Presume that you must have given your hunter to slip, though, because you were still in one piece, awake and alert, enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all your limbs, and your facial features appear to be correct in the correct configuration. There's more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, amused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? Sheriff Puppy, thank you for the super chat! Fanakistoscope is the 1830s version of a gift. Thank you! Wow! That's one way to put it! Awesome! If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior and her assertion that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that's the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It's far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry, running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself and button in front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task is accomplished. You then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from that girl you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You're no longer a student. Not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle, you would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle's a long one with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it's here. You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you wait until she's risen of her own accord, but no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would be a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the morning's light. You can see now that there's fewer shadows to impede your view of how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She's attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest is a doll, the very same one she was cossetting last night. Cosseting? You suppose this doll must be her favorite? Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much.
It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs and turns away from you. Her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a bit longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you haven't learned anything from the conservatoire, save for the knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will be perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be of bed at such an hour. Oh. Defeated, the princess sighs.
Alright. I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up. You need to nag me.
Once you arouse the princess from her bed and you've put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilette. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to powder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair. How wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess.
Are you alright, dear one?
Brings you back to your senses. You're rather lost in thought here.
This girl, like, immediately started calling her dear one. That's crazy. Look, gladly now, you wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought you'd have learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess' hair and then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs.
Yeah, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it.
She might not be squeamish about it, but you are.
Should we be calling you dear one?
Amy, no, you should be calling me Amy. You should be calling me Amy.
You have never seen a naked woman before excepting yourself. Yeah. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary.
No, E-I-M-I. E, me. E, me. E-I-M-I. E, me. Amy.
You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily.
It's alright. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all our clothes. I doubt we look much different.
You're not so sure about that. You must not have not seen the princess unadored, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. Whatever you— that's crazy. That's the craziest way I've seen of my name getting spelled.
Who's your one and only Amy?
Yeah. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her waiting any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, it's not very. You fumble with a couple buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it.
It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? Hi! Kayuka! That's an old alert. That's an old alert. Maybe I should reset my session? What?
You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on, perhaps, by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown. Her motions, once again, as graceful, as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle at the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily as you search. The princess is standing there, naked! Why did you not find her in the day dress before you stripped her of her night one? Stupid!
The princess, noting your panic, giggles, then says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Oh, what? Marcus, I sleep and catch. But have fun, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Yippee! Good night."
Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you're doing.
I thought so. I didn't wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not asked what it was. Maybe it slipped your mind?
It had slipped your mind, yes, actually. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how to best conceal it.
My dress is in my armoire, the princess says, glancing over the aforementioned piece of furniture.
That armoire of hers is... Armoire? Is that even how you pronounce it? I love doubting myself.
Yeah.
I was right! Armoire!
Hey.
That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses.
I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked.
She raises a very good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It's just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing, once again, the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Fighting for your life? Nah. Having to undress and dress a very beautiful girl? Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe.
That's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you.
Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible, and in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing.
Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to, and anyway, I think you're very pretty too.
Oh my! Your face flushes from this, more deeply than before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really. What with all this excessive blushing that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. You are making yourself quite the easy target.
Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside.
You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in the mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her skirt swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it's not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It's all rather depressing.
Amy, how do you make such stellar costumes? Booth and gradient maps. Yay! Let me put that away. There you go.
The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they're gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle. In fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it's not so far for these roses. They are a rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty in a sense, but there's something unsettling about them too. Something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow in this garden? It's a fanciful thought, but,
They're simply divine. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. I could use a bit of color.
the princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place among its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she is not. Who did you think she was, you? Rather than worrying about other people, you'd be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown.
Now, let me see. I wonder what Beat has in store for me today. She loves me.
The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head.
She loves me not.
The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. The petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola.
She loves me not. She loves me not.
The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she's been reciting is one that you're familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that's a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle.
Dear one, who else should I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you.
Naturally? She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much. And indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yes, part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affection. You begin to blush, your cheeks are almost as red as a rose, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it's different with her. You've not known her at all for all that long, but you were already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger.
Oh my!
The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes at the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You can't even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose strip stem carefully to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do, it'll be fun. The princess retrieves the second rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could the harm be, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be the one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but... Oh no! You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact that you are being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your fingers stinging and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding! The princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. It's all my fault. If I had not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please let me take care of you. And how is she gonna do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound? Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights token of their gratitude once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It simply is not done. That's what you always thought, but... Please hold still. This might sting a little bit. This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she's handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Then she dips her head. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for the princess not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what is she doing. Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yeah, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It's not uncomfortable, per se, but it's kind of awkward. And is she not worried like this is kind of like unhygienic? That's like kind of a biohazard. Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my lady's maid to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously. Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Okay, now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. You're not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It's making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you are sure she would not be so very familiar.
You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. Oh, that hurts. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings though. It stings so much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The days pass following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, and so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There's no running to be had while you were working for the princesses. You would have nowhere else to run. In any event, there's no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were once subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you're yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It's dark outside and there's very little save of the light of the moon to alleviate it. That and the fire which crackles in the grate. You've only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess who's lying in her bed and you bid her good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause.
Wait, dear one. Do not go. Not just yet.
Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually white. You sure alright?
I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts.
And what, you ask, does she mean by that?
Only that it's very cold and very dark and it's very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went for our walk.
The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone and is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace.
It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel really uncomfortable.
You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed in her high-ceiling bedchamber? You know it's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her, but still you fret. As her lady's maid, it's your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased perhaps that you are taking the initiative.
I wouldn't like to take too much of your time when it's so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course.
This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassured the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects of the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been any good at.
I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible, I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do.
The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her. It's not such a great feat.
Perhaps it isn't, where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like.
This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes.
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see, old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here,
the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table as thick as a mortuary slab.
The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak. The page is brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading it to me just for a brief while? Please, dear one, oh please.
The princess's request seems simple, expressed so sweetly. So much so you see no reason to refuse. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon her bedside table and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which culminates in the lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and you lived happily ever after. The princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul.
I thought there'd be a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I'd even settle for a lowly, sultry maid.
You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says,
And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?
Well, of course, you reply, but a princess to marry a sorry maid.
You're still hung up about that? The princess titters. Don't pay it too much heed, I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen, when there's no priest around who would officiate it.
You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make a wedding official. You cannot help but feel as though you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel touched disappointed? Whatever.
That was a nice story, the princess says. But I'm not sleepy yet and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one. I won't complain. I need to readjust myself, please. Oh, yeah. Tissue. Oh, no. Jesus! What? Wait. Okay. Nope, never mind. Not okay. Man. Why me? The sniffles are locked in too. Man. Always something with this one. Alright. Continue.
We have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's commands. It's not, you think, because she's a princess, though that is, of course, part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut off your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last. Impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs of another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request out of more. If she were less comely? Perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications.
I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed, so... I know! The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me?
You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then just as slowly you bid her to... Can you repeat that?
Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me?
If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it's easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It's been it would be an honor, but is that really okay? It would be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She's waiting.
Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be...
The princess's lower lip begins to tremble.
Don't you want to lie with me after all?
The sorrow present in the princess's voice and her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her, no. If you really want, if you wanted to, I have no problems. Why would I? I don't have any problems.
Oh, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come.
And that is what you do after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your napkin. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you were a knight-errant going away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you in your haste to change to have... you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer.
Let me fix that for you, silly.
Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her?
Maybe so, the princess says. But I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun.
You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress and rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her.
Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm.
Coyly, the princess smiles.
And so am I.
You feel yourself as you feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the ground, as red as the roses in the castle's ground. All the while your heart's fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she's having on you? Does she know? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind?
There, the princess exclaims. Once your body is lying beside hers, that's much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one?
You swallow, and with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed.
Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but...
The princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain.
When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise.
You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness. Though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic?
In a way, the princess replies after a pause. But you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description.
You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily, and she laughs.
You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think only half-conscious. You think you deserve it too. You've been working so hard for a long time. I've been running for even longer. But now at long last you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop and your body beleaguered by sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious, bloodthirsty bout to the death. But you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets above you and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all of the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and yes, you even feel loved. It's a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something's wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fall asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so rigid, you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are, a cell. The princess's bedchamber wherein you fell asleep is a thing now of the past. You are standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you are going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in a simple black and white outfit of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They're all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There's no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted on these sad, slumped bodies. Over there you see a woman slumped in front of her. Oh, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped, and some sort of burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. There's another woman slumped beside the first, of a smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age or lack of did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body's peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where did her legs go? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You feel a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it's no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This too, glacial. It's obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There's a little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts.
Well, you ought to have known that. That would not work. The very definition of insanity, you know, is performing a set of action over and over again, hoping for a different net response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You are making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you will listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now! She's come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold and hospital dungeon to see you! Is that not kind of her? Dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light-lilting steps. It seemed like you finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It's so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance, now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you woke, but... Once again, the princess giggles a light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself in. A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here, and so very drab, and there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would have been a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you would have figured that out already. After waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could, you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. Oh, baby! That's the thumbnail! That's the money shot! The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it's less so than the frigid air in a dungeon. Though your body's aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best as you can. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? You're such a good girl, the princess says, in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though as it sounds, she must have been the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this natural to her? What did she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by that you mean? Naturally, I'll kill you. Oh, yeah, there it is. Woo-hoo! Which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeons and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it than that, though. Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course, yeah. I like you, dear one, the princess says, in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough.
Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see.
The princess's smile widens to something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you've never before witnessed.
And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want you to feel you inside me.
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, cool. Yeah. Woo, baby, woo!
Whew. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too.
Finally, the princess sighs a beleaguered "woe is me" sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses.
And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least. When she still had the breath to speak, of course.
You look at the princess, and she looks at you, and you look at her, and she looks at you. Where else is there to look? Yeah. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps, in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Girl, just buy us! No, you don't get it. It's about the act of consuming. It's not about penetrate. It's not about the penetrate. It's about the consuming. It's different. You understand. You gotta understand the act of consuming. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. Anyways, neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It's only a perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer.
It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here?
The question had crossed your mind, yeah. You are sure that the princess said her minister sent them away, though? Was that a lie?
I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I just patched up them, too.
Did you know? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, cool.
My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died.
The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses.
So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fussy, old men. But I did love my servants. I loved my lady maids, and my undermaids, and my sleigh maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow?
No.
Yes, actually, yes. MC says no, but I say yes. Like, I get you completely. Why, asked the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness.
Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude. Unless you have any better ideas?
You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You told the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you're finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it's not with remorse for what she's done. Instead, she's laughing. That's so funny, but why should I care about the law? I'm the princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That's a very good point. But eating people... Yeah, that... What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, I know what happened. Yeah, sorry. What subjects? I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once, I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. I'm so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then, what? Why have you been systematically slaughtering all your domestics? Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. Ah, wonderful. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anyone would be able to understand the intricacies of the yeah. Yeah, but you don't say that. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask with your weary throat, which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everyone leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they'll never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. I am a Okay. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see. And I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheek. You can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse. Though this might sound something of a comfort. The Zonderman, thank you for the super chat. So this just confirms girls don't poop. Where in the text, where in the reading of the text that I have been reading out loud for you, did you ever glean that conclusion from? I'm curious. I don't know. I'm confused. You have befuddled me. I'm lost. Please explain. Oh, it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, the digestive system, everyone, the digestive system. But the thing is, right? When you consume, right? The digestive system takes what it needs, and everything else, right? I don't know how it works. I can't explain that part. My bad. Yeah, she absorbs your essence, and that's how, yeah, her nutrients are her essence, is her essence. It's her soul, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Shit. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark turns. Finally, you think you could see the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity.
It gets so lonely here.
But this brief flickering of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower! You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It's warm and icy chill in the dungeon, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this is the overture of the princess's... could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She's supping on it in great, greedy goblets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it's causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She's far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers. A love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It's a love you never thought you would ever experience. This love of the princess eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right and wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You've always possessed the stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back, and desperately you grasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Blow your nose? Okay, thanks. Thanks. Can I do like... Can I read without getting congested? Like, I don't know. I just think it'd be nice. Personally, I think it'd be nice.
Man.
Like, I don't understand. It's like, it's just constant and consistent, too. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. Why me? Okay, perfect. Yeah. That is a lot of gunk, yes. I'm so sorry. I'm so mad. Yeah, alright. Leon! Why did you say that, Detective Wee Wee? Anyways. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it's red. There's so much blood you could smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It's so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Alright, we're getting closer! We accept and then we go. What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if it's what you want, then okay. I don't mind. I mean, yeah, sure. I always give you what you want. From the moment we first met, I have dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You'll never be lonely again. Yay, yay, yay! Yes, we're getting closer! To the end! That is a good answer, I must admit, I like it. It is impressive how defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry, keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now, I wonder, which path will you take? Give up. So you come back here, have you? That does not come much as a surprise. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it's not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you were always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? Hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips in a sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular. They no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You're certain that you passed this route once already and that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forward, dull and senseless like a sack full of potatoes. Your arm hits the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead in your eyes, wet and salty, tears which you cannot stymie. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you're crying, but you do not. And I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand, had you the energy, but, you know, as you sit there dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand on any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I've not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why then are you crying? You've always been such a crybaby. That's why they teased you so much. It's because they knew they would be guaranteed a reaction. You're so predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. As you sit there sobbing, you hear, or you think you hear, footsteps approaching you. There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You're so panicked you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I've always been here, you know. I will always be here. No matter how fast you try to run or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. Whoops, that fell. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I will never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I've had rather enough of these little games. It's time for me to collect my collateral. Lock it! Lock it! Blow your nose, I gotta lock it, lock it!
Oh, good night, Sharon Family 2. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the bedtime story. Yee!
Oh no, the witch I signed a contract with, that's putting me through a cycle of endless tragedy and misery is hot. No! Oh no! Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Oh my god, it's my last tissue. This better be near the end. god. Okay. Good, I'm good. A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way around your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They're mine. I've been watching you all night, but this is the first time I've reached out to you in so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether using that book you found in the library. You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic on your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated and you wheedled and you whined, and though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you're being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all your wishes come true. I did think, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking your eyes out so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think you beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my head, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I do not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see. That's why I had to bury you. It's why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you're very lucky. Do you know that? There are few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You've experienced so much love, it ought to be slaked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now, I think it's time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again. Page 1, next page. No, wait, there's still more. No shot! No shot! How do I get more? How do I get more?
Yeah. Maybe I just start anew, and then I skip.
Oh yeah, that's New Game Plus, lol. You've been here before, haven't you? It's beginning to feel like you have been running for a long time, but hey, whatever, right? You've seen us already, like, you know all this already. Like, you know this. So, why are you here? Silly girl, did you really think you could escape from me after all I subjected you to already? There's no use trying to escape from my embrace, and if I may be so bold, I am hurt that you would even attempt it. Were you not happy with me? I was happy with you, but no matter. You are a stubborn little chit, and perhaps you think that things will be different this time around. That is why you began to run. I can see, despite the fear in your eyes, that your resolve has not burnt out, not just yet. A spark of it still remains, a spark that I need to extinguish for good. It is pointless, you know, trying to escape from Witch's curse. In this forest of, phantasmagoria? Phantasmagoria? What the hell was that? Anyways. It is pointless, you know, to try to... Phantasmagoria? Constructed from my very own powers, I am a creator goddess, Mother Earth, if you will. It does not matter how quickly you run, trampling the tall grass and the loose leaves and ugly spotted mushrooms underfoot. I still have you right where I want you, in the palm of my hand. I will not let you get away that easily. But, very well. If you insist on playing this little game, then I will indulge you. I will play along. We can do this all over again. Now, where were we? Oh yeah. We're still running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you. The trees surround you, jutting out of the earth. You cannot see where you're going. You do not know where you're going. Yep. Alright. Come on. Alright. It is dark, but it does not matter. You've seen this signpost before, and you know full well where each path will lead you. I would say that your fate is in your hands, but you and I both know that is just not right. That's just not correct. Your fate has always been mine to manipulate. Must we really go through this again? You won't discover anything new, you know. Damn it! Be drowned by love, be buried by love, be consumed by love. Ah! Damn it! I need to end the stream. I can't do this right now. Reading coming now! No, I can't do this right now. I think this is gonna have to be a two-parter. I gotta admit, I wanna go bed. Guys. Amy, the stream. Part 1. Not anymore. It will. Not anymore. No, it doesn't. It'll go fast. Will it go fast? Okay, I'm trusting you. God, okay. So you want to go to the shore? Just skip through? Skip scene text? Good idea. What will you discover there? Oh, the skip button text. Blueberry. Hello, everyone. Hello. You just missed the culmination of toxic Yuri. I got drowned, I got buried, I got eaten. It was awesome. Thank you, Uruga-senpai, for the raid. Yippee. I finished this game, but apparently the true ending is still beyond my grasp, and I am now going for New Game Plus. Ha. And I got bullied into keep going, cause one, apparently the second playthrough is not as long, cause you know, you can just skip the text, and two, the title of the stream says full playthrough, so I have to honor my word. I can't be a flake. This night is far from over. There are any number of adventures still awaiting you. Awesome. This This is what it's all about, baby. This, I left click spam for this. This is what it's all for, baby.
You were able to resist the pressure of the ocean's wave once before, but that feels like a lifelong time ago. Perhaps it is. You are tired now, and you want nothing more than to succumb. I cannot say that I blame you. I can see how tired you are, dear one. But worry not. I will still be here for you, even if you are to spend your days languishing at the bottom of the ocean. Wait, are you sure the skip function is set to read only? Yes. I'm at a part where I have not read this because the narrator. If you guys don't care about spoilers, you should probably leave, right? If you're interested in playing this yourself. But if you guys don't care about spoilers, the narrator is a witch that MC signed a contract with, so the MC won't be lonely anymore. And the witch is like, okay, bet. I'm gonna trap you in a cycle of endless misery and drown you with my love, cause love is so all-encompassing. There's so many ways to portray love, isn't there? And MC is like, I don't fuck with that. I really don't fuck with that. And narrator's like, oh, I'm seductive. I'm a witch. So yeah, that's what's happening. All right. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I'll never leave you.
All right, okay.
You'll never be lonely again.
All right. Let's keep going. Where is it? Load. Fight against my fate. Fight! Oh, you still want to soldier on, do you? That is remarkable, given this is the second time you have been pulled beneath the ocean surface. I would have thought that you would want to give up by now, but no matter. You really are stubborn. I cannot promise a better fate than this awaits you, regardless of what you might choose, but I am willing to indulge you. Let's go back to the beginning once again. Yeah. At least that's what you once thought. Come on. How much longer can you keep resisting? All night, baby. Yeah. I love using the skip text function. Yeah, let's go. Yes! Woo! I'm getting buried alive. Oh, right. Accept your fate. Yes, I thought you might say that. You might have defied me once before, but I can see the fire has long since begun to leave your eyes. You have been subjected to too many horrors for one so young. So, even if you were of a more advanced age, I fear your faculties would have begun to fail you regardless. Humans are not meant to die as many times as you have. They're supposed to pass on only the once. You have experienced something few others have. In that sense, you are quite fortunate. But I suppose it does not feel like it. I can see how very tired you are. But worry not. I will still be here for you, even though you have been shut away far too soon inside your own tomb. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. Epic final words that are always consistent every single time I give up. Yeah, definitely. Like, this is all like some sort of... I don't know. Let me... load. Right. The indomitable human spirit! My, this is certainly unexpected. I had rather thought, after everything you've been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself at long last to my loving embrace. I'm ready to embrace you should you so desire it and cradle you with my unassailable affection. But it seems you're not ready to submit, not quite yet. Being buried alive twice over has not been enough to diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me? As if you have any hope for succeeding. Your efforts are all futile. Do you not know that? I am far stronger than a skinny human like yourself could ever begin to contemplate. You would be better served if you gave in. But perhaps I have not loved you effusively enough. Not just yet. If you're to learn anything, I must first beat it into your thick skull. Will you listen to me then? I only want what's best for you, you know. Hurting you hurts me too. But if that's what you want, so be it. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Okay! Improvise, adapt, overcome! Yeah!
You really like how I have the chat box and everything themed around the VN style? See, I'm gonna go to Castle, and then you guys are gonna see I'm like actually in the game. Whoa! So you want to go to the castle? Okay, whatever. Wait. Oh, that's autoplay? This is skip. There you go. Oh wait, I skipped the freaking CG. Never mind, it's okay. Oopsies. Okay, maybe I can reenact the you know, what everyone's here for. Okay. Okay, there we go. Here we are. Okay. I'll voice this again. For those who missed it, because clearly a lot of you missed it. Alright.
It's natural to me, even if it's not natural to other people.
What do you mean you don't think this is what everyone's here for? This is the scene. This is the toxic cannibalism Yuri that I advertised. That's what I tweeted. That's what I put on the tin. That's what I put on my schedule. Toxic cannibalism Yuri. Do you not fuck with me? Should I just skip it? Thank you, I just got here. See, at least someone's got me. There you go. Yeah. I mean, none of us were here for the VN. What do you mean for the the toxic cannibal Yuri? That's why. Thumbnail drop. Cannibalism Connect, baby. Let's see. Alright.
I like you, dear one.
The princess says, in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious.
You have been good to me. Like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess's smile widens with something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never witnessed before. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me.
Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a giggle even lighter than meringue, just as airy, just as inoffensive.
I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too.
Finally, the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses.
And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course.
You look at the princess. Who else is there for you to look at, really? Your eyes are fixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It's easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in the shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It's only a perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer.
It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here?
The question had crossed your mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her minister sent them away, though? Was that a lie?
I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them, too.
Did she now? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless.
My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. Oh, I'm buffering? Oh no. Whatever. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my old ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see, they were all fussy old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? No, not really. Why? He asked the princess, your voice trembling. Would you eat the people that you love? Seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude. Unless you have any better ideas? You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be increased wages, increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you're finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it's not... Oh, shit. It's not with remorse for what she's done. Instead, she's laughing. Oh, dear, and that's so funny, but why would I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day, I'll be the queen. I am the law. That's a good point. That's a good point. But would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act. And I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once, I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess, nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It just doesn't make sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your neck. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask with your weary throat, which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged allegiance to me or not. It's simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant. Even to me, a monarch. That's why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I wouldn't shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheeks. Can feel too the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It's cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you could see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, and the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It's warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood.
Yummy, yummy.
She is supping on it. Great, greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it's causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It's a love you never thought you would ever experience. This love of the princess eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You've always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it's red. There's so much blood you could smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It's so potent you could taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you, what with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. The attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. All right. Back to business. Reenactment's over. Time back to business, baby. Yes, I thought you might say that. Though you once summoned forth the courage to persevere despite the odds, your strength has begun to fail you. You are tired now, and this is more than you can endure. Being eaten alive not just once, but twice is more than any ordinary human could ever hope to endure. And you, though headstrong, are nothing more than a little girl. Why, you're so very slender. You might as well be a fair flower. I can see how wary you become. But worry not. I'll still be here for you, even though you might be bleeding out in the dark, dingy dungeon. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. Yeah. Go. Next. Fight. Oh, you wish to keep going, do you? That is impressive, given this is the second time you've been devoured so heartily. Of all the demises you've experienced, this one is the most gruesome. If you had tired of these repetitions, I would understand. I'm not the wicked witch you might think I am, and I would be willing to show you mercy should you want it. But I can tell that you do not want it. Goodness me, you're stubborn. Why, I ask you, do you continue to fight? There's no escape for you, you know. I will never let you leave, no matter how you struggle. But very well. Let's go back to the beginning. Once again. Your fate is in your hands. Or so I once told you. You ought to know by now that was never truly the case. You still belong to me. I'm not going to let you get away from me. Not that easily. You can struggle as much as you want, but it will be in vain. It doesn't matter where you go. I'll always find you. I can promise you that much. Give up? Question mark? There, you see? Are you happy now? I told you that there was no use in repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You've been drowned, buried, and consumed once more, and for what? Do you feel as though you've made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again, you find yourself as you were at the end of your last foray into my forest full of nightmares. You are kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they're bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. You try to breathe, but it hurts. It feels as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors. When you swallow, you can taste salt upon your tongue. You blink, but it's so very dark in these woods, you fear you cannot see.
There's a heavy leaden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though someone is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold as though it's been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it has frozen. That, or it has been purged from your body altogether in rust-red gobbets. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I'm saying this for your sake, you know, just as I am mine. Though I might have trapped you hence, I did it only because I care for you. I want only for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing, save stretching your mind beyond its limitations. It has already, I fear, been stretched thin already. Humans are not designed to die, not as incessantly as you have. One death would be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Then don't run from me. Let me console you. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Cat got your tongue? I feel like I should save. Well, no matter. You'll not need your tongue to speak while we're together. It's an unnecessary appendage, however much you might wish, one day, to whisper sweet nothings to me. I'm an all-powerful witch after all, and I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you're thinking. Yes, that is right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You don't even need to breathe. Now that you're finally mine, I will cut off your tongue and I will pluck out your pretty little eyes, and I will... No. I beg your pardon. What was that, dear one? I said no. I am not your dear one. I never wanted this. What? You have to fight me still after all you've endured? We're 6, that's not enough for you, you gluttonous girl. Do you wish for more? I just wished for a friend. I didn't want to be lonely. But you ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They're not true, though, you know. They're all bald-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles. A Rooney Ruse, however. Closer, but not quite. I was very upfront when we first met. I said if you wish to make a contract with me, it would cost you. It's your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you're paying the price. Paying the price. Now, if you'll come with me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now? You're so tired. You're so annoying, you know that? I must insist you cease this childish outburst at once, or else... or else what? We cut off my tongue? Pluck out my eyes? You already stole my name, but it's coming back to me. What? No! No! That should be impossible! You gave your name to me! You gave your soul to me! You pledged your heart and your body to me, and now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too, you know. Media? Medi? How do you pronounce that? Pronunciation. Media? Medea. Wait, who is Medea? I feel like that's an important detail. Yeah. In Greek mythology, Medea is a mythical granddaughter of the sun god Helios, and a figure in the myth of Jason and the Argonauts. She aided Jason in his search for the Golden Fleece, married him, but later killed his children and his other bride. Greek witch. Wow. Awesome. Medea? You remember my name? I do now. You're called Medea, and No. Stop it. I'm called Rosette. No fucking way. I knew you were stubborn, but... I learned how to be stubborn.
I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me, and now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please don't do this. Don't leave me. We made a contract that you and I. You said you wanted a friend, and I promised to be that friend. I promised that I'll always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You can rot for all I care. What? No, Rosette. I call after you retreating back, but you do not heed my words. You do not turn your head. Once it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable then, and you were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you're walking away from me. That is the thing you humans say, is it not? You never realize just how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew you were a precious find when first you summoned me. Your fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, endeared you to me. I thought you were very noble, really, how you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering might not be so lonely. Goodness me, I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now you are not the one upon the ground, it is I. I could keep calling for you, but I know it would do no good. You will not turn back from me now, not when it caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though. I truly did love you, albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch was too much even for you to endure. Now there's nothing but the milky moonlight and trees which jut out of the earth about me. They look like monuments built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette. Because they're not of your world, they're of mine. Now you have fled from me like a bird let loose from its cage. I fear I'll never see you again. I'll be on my own in this forest for all of eternity, or till another silly little girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. It has happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here among the foliage and the fog, and I will close my eyes. I will let myself dream, and enrolled in the undulating mist, I shall think to myself, it gets so lonely here.
Yay! Awesome! Awesome! Toxic Yuri, everybody! Woo! Yeah! She said the thing! She said the thing! She said the thing! Woo! Someone explain Medea to me. Let me scroll up. Greek tragedy, a hero known for her ability to suffer more than any other person. Oh, okay, thank you. Yippee! Title drop! Woo! I'm gonna read the extras because I saw there was a little kind of author's note. Notes here. Hello everyone! This is Abby again. Apparently this was made by Abby Hime. And now it's time for the second lot of author's notes. Yay! Although, now that I think about it, it's entirely possible that you have missed the first lot of author's notes if you didn't think to check them before starting a new game. In that case, this should be your first lot. Shit! I should have read them! In any case, initially, as I was pointing out, it gets so lonely here. I didn't intend there to be more to the story after the first playthrough. I was going to end the story after the witch Medea ensnares a despairing Rosette in her grasp. But while I was holding the VN together, I thought it'd be cool to do a new game plus situation where starting the game for a second time gives you a slightly different outcome. I've done this for my early VNs, Empty Horizons, so it's not exactly new territory. I had fun implementing an alternate storyline in Empty Horizons, however, so I thought I might as well do it here. So, for the second playthrough, I thought it might be cool. Oh, wait. I thought it would feel narratively satisfying to give the reader, though Rosette isn't really aligned with the reader, she has a personality of her own, an opportunity to get the better of the second-person narrator who's been watching them die over and over again. Initially, I thought making the confrontation between Rosette and Medea more humorous in tone, with Rosette snapping after being subjected to so much drama.
I was thinking of having a full-on comedy music playing in a scene while Rosette shouts. Rosette shouts at Medea, "Stop calling me my dear one! I do have a name, you know!" But I eventually decided I could make the confrontation more striking if I made it more dramatic instead. The core of my original idea still remains, however, even though the confrontation is more serious. Rosette still calls Medea out for being horrible to her, declares that she's sick of being toyed with, and storms off to go get bullied some more in the real world, I guess. That's crazy. Well, that's probably better than being drowned, buried alive, or eaten. I wanted the confrontation to pack a bit of a punch and feel less ethereal and unformed than the rest of the story, so I decided to commit here and actually give the two lead characters names. Medea is a pretty straightforward name for a creepy witch if you know your Greek mythology, though there's also an antagonistic character in Tanitli's the silver metal lover called Medea, who has a twin brother called Jason, which might have influenced my decision. As for Rosette, she actually gets her name from the Sad's infamous 120 Days of Sodom. 120 Days is a horrible story, really, that I wouldn't recommend to anybody, but some of the names in it are very pretty, at least. 120 Days, it has Colombe, Hyacinth, and Hebe, which are all names nice enough that I'd like to use them myself in other projects. These names, however, are associated with child characters who have been kidnapped for nefarious purposes, their real names stripped from them by their wicked new masters in further display of control. The child characters with aesthetic names in 120 Days aren't afforded bodily autonomy. Where am I? And they're even robbed of their identities. I suppose you could say it's ironic I'd use such a name for It Gets So Lonely Here's Lead, when reclaiming her name at the end of the story is what allows her to escape from her captor. But I mostly chose the name because I think it's pretty and I've been wanting to use it for a while. What's 120 days? The mechanics of Rosette's showdown with Medea was inspired, meanwhile, by the popular mobile game Fate Grand Order. Give it up, everyone. FGO. FGO. In FGO, you, the player, assume the role of a silent lead who never speaks in a story save for the odd choice option which pops up in the story's choices, which for the most part only offers slight alterations to the script. The main character in FGO never gets any dialogue directly attributed to them outside these choices, though there are a few instances of the story, typically during serious moments, where your allies are in grave danger and you have to take a stand, where you are given an option to directly interact with your opponents. In these instances, the player will be presented with a bunch of different dialogue options, back-to-back inside choice boxes that you can press. I suppose the interactivity of having to physically click on your dialogue so your character can say it makes it feel more like you are actually facing off the enemy. Like the main character in FGO, Rosette doesn't have any dialogue directly attributed to her in the story, but she does get a chance to speak for herself, so to say, using the choice bubbles that were previously used to determine which route you wanted to experience. It's not groundbreaking, I suppose, but it was a lot of fun to implement. I thought it was pretty satisfying to give our long-suffering heroine a chance to speak back against her tormentor, if nothing else. The mermaid, the gravedigger, and the princess, alas, still don't get names of their own. They're consigned to the roles of fairy tale representatives rather than fleshed out characters, so they're a little more enigmatic than both Rosette and Medea. Whoa! Ogata, thank you for this $10 super chat! Medea, a witch who marries a Greek hero who sacrifices everything for him, only for the dude to screw her over. She gets her revenge as she leaves, which includes killing her kids. Crazy! Yeah, I need to brush up on my classics. Wow. Fleshed out characters are a little more enigmatic than both Rosette and Medea. I'd imagine these girls as fabrications created by Medea in any event, who only exist to torment Rosette. So maybe you can think of them as Water Medea, Earth Medea, and Blood Medea, maybe? It wasn't a direct inspiration, but I also feel like there are some serious Higurashi Sotsu vibes in It Gets So Lonely here. I was thinking, well, I wrote that final confrontation, it reminded me of something, but now I'm starting to wonder if Rosette and Medea have a Satoko and Rika vibes? Or maybe Brinkenstel and Lamba Delta vibes? It wasn't really intentional, but it might have been a subconscious influence, given I'm a pretty big Ryukishi 07 fan. And that should wrap up the notes of this VN for real this time. I hope you enjoyed your time spent with it. I had a lot of fun putting it together, though I think I enjoy it more because of the mechanics than because of the story itself. It feels like a bit of a departure from my usual VNs, minus Once Upon a Windswept Night, I guess, which also did some strange things with Renpy. And it was fun trying to get the code to work exactly how I wanted it. Now, if you're all worried about Medea, who's been left all alone in the woods, you can go check up on her later. You wouldn't want her to be lonely, would you? Doing all that, yeah, your actions have consequences, yeah. Wow! Wow!
Yay! That was fun. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I can definitely see the Burn Castell and Lambda Delta. I can see it. I can see. Oh, Renpai! I always thought it was Renpi. Renpai. Ah, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yay! And I got my full gallery, right? Yes. Aha! And I got all the music. Wow. Notes. Credits. Awesome. Hehe. Alright. Yeah! I gotta sit up. Thank you all for joining me for my full playthrough of It Gets So Lonely Here. It gets so lonely here. Guys, where's the ending where you fix Medea? I don't know, download the game and fix her yourself. Hello. Hello. Short 6-hour AV stream. Oh, it's been 6 hours. Oh, that's... Oh. Ooh. That's awkward. Ooh. Well. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, there's like a lot. There's a lot, like... So here's the thing, right? So each dream Rosette would have during those paths she would take. The first night she would have these dreams, flashbacks of her getting bullied. So like, I know the girls that she meets in those paths are just Medea's like creations, right? But surely they're like based on real people that bullied her at school, right? I feel like that's a thing. Like the girl that pushed her into the fountain was the mermaid? Or is it just like just a general representation, like not literally them, because all three of them were like pretty, beautiful beyond words in Rosette's words. So like either they were actually like she was getting bullied by the hottest classmates she's ever had in her life, or Medea was like, I'm gonna make your tormentors beautiful as fuck just to fuck with you. You know, that kind of thing? Right? Or the girls that rejected her. Oh, that too! Man. Okay. So it's like a big blend. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool. Cool. I went to sleep when stream started and came back when it's close to ending. Very cool. I'm so sorry. Or Rosette just exaggerates? No. Every woman is beautiful. Every woman is beautiful. Come on, let's be real. All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in. Oh, right! I should upload while I was playing, I did say I was gonna upload a cover for members. Let me do that right now. Oops. That's actually part of the reason why I was late starting stream. Because I was rendering this. Ball. Where is it? Yeah. Where is it? Okay. Alright. Call this what? Reuse details from... Is there no... There, that one. Title, description, tags, yeah, sure. Eimi Isami sings Vampire Deco 27. Short cover lol lyrics by Richie Ansong and Razzie, I think. Alright. Yeah, I sing Atashi vampire imasu chotte ite. That one. Nobody na 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 na. Let's change that to music. Boom. Okay. It's processing now. And let me see who I can raid. Can I raid anybody? Oh. Have I been streaming for so long that my redirect
thing is showing me old ass streams. I have to pull up the phase decks. Oh my god. Like, why are the hags there? Ugh, jump scare. Sorry. Cherry? Cherry! Yay! Guys, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Minecraft arc is over. Well, technically it's not over because any one of us can like just, you know, bring it back. But like realistically no one's gonna bring it back. No one's gonna do that. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'll never be able to wake up and cook breakfast for Jelly! No! Dude! Okay. I feel like I already cried about that before. Oh well. Oh well. I could have saved her. No. This was a necessary arc. This was a necessary finale. All right. What am I doing again? Oh right, the cover. I kind of just threw it together. Don't mind me. Checks. Yeah, obviously. I'm not monetizing it. Are you kidding me? Thank you. Next. Yeah, sure. Ooh. Alright, next. Visibility, members only, all channel members. Yeah, sure. We had trouble saving your video, retrying in 1 second. What do you mean? What do you mean? Sorry, we were not able to say. What do you mean? Huh? Publish? Publish? Am I? No, it says like it's eligible to share monetization, right? Share revenue? That's the kind of thing it said. What the heck? What the heck? It's up! It's up! I don't know why it's being weird to me. Shh. Fucking YouTube, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you! Anyways, yeah, it's up. Right? If one person sees it, other people see it. Yay! Woo! Good old YouTube. I'm just gonna close this tab and that. Okay, cool. All right, it's up, right? I can. Okay, yeah, for real. Yay, yippee! Okay, hope you enjoyed that. If you got gifted a membership earlier, feel free to check it out. I just dump shit in there. Woohoo! Alright. And I might as well take this time to say, and I'll tweet this out later, or maybe make a YouTube post. I don't know. That I might postpone tomorrow's stream, depending on my voice condition. I'll tweet before stream, earlier in the day, if I am able to continue. Cause let's be real, I raged at Splatoon earlier today, and then I spent 6 hours voicing some Yuri. So that's fun. Hopefully my throat doesn't want me to kill myself, but you know, you never know. Alright. Okay, Ochi-ham. I'll drink water and have good sleep. I should take melatonin. Yeah.